केशवा नित्य नारायण गोविंद माधवा नित्य नारायण गोविंद 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 केशवा
My message for all of you today is only one word, one phrase: live enlightenment. The Jivan Mukti. Understand, this year, let us all dedicate it to live enlightenment. Come whatever may, but only bliss will come, nothing else will come. The moment you risk, come whatever may, you opened your door for bliss. Because the moment you say, come whatever may, you accepted the whole. You are ready for the whole. You are ready for whatever is. Whatever is always bliss. Whatever exists is always bliss. Let's dedicate this year for living enlightenment, for Jivan Mukti. Understand? Let me describe Jivan Mukti. Conflict-free life in the inner world and the outer world. Conflict-free living. Living without gap between the inner world and the outer world. Either raise your energy, Shakti, to catch up with the outer world, or bring your Buddhi to catch up with the inner world. Raise your Shakti so that you can do whatever you want in the outer world, and raise your Buddhi so that you can accept whatever you have or whatever you are. Through any one process, integrate yourself. Please understand, living an integrated life is what I call living enlightenment. Continuously living conflict-free life. Continuously living the beautiful, harmonious feeling. Continuously living in a deep feeling connection with the whole existence, with whatever is what I call living enlightenment. You have to put it in 4 words. Shakti, energy to change whatever you can, and Buddhi, intelligence to accept whatever is not needed to be changed, whatever doesn't need to be changed, and Yukti, clarity, understanding. However you change, the whole world is a constant, continuous changing dream. What you call as reality is a continuously changing dream. That Yukti, that clarity. Above all, a deep feeling connection, bhakti, towards the unchanging energy, what you call as master or existence. Shakti, Buddhi, Yukti, Bhakti. When you live all these 4 in the life experientially, you are living Jivan Mukti. You are living enlightenment. You are radiating Jivan Mukti. Shakti to change whatever you can means energy to work on your life. Buddhi to accept whatever doesn't need to change means clarity, intelligence. We don't have to change the whole thing. No need. Then you will be too busy with changing instead of enjoying. You don't need to change the whole thing. If you think only you will enjoy only when the whole world becomes yours or as you want, Can never happen. So no need to change the whole thing. Intelligence to accept whatever doesn't need to change. Ultimately, yukti, clarity. However you change, whatever you change, this existence, the whole thing is a continuous changing dream. With that clarity, you will have the ultimate inner healing or the ultimate rest or peace. When you have that clarity, however you try, whatever you change, the whole existence is a continuous dream which changes. Suddenly you will have deep feeling connection with one thing which does not change, which is eternal, Nitya Ananda. The feeling connection with that which does not change is what I call bhakti. When you live all these four experientially, it is mukti. Radiate enlightenment continuously. Please understand, I am taking you deeper, further into living enlightenment. Radiating, the very word is so active, alive. Not only you living enlightenment, all the people around you, inspiring them through your living enlightenment is what I call radiating enlightenment. Let the enlightenment express through your muscles, in your thinking, in your words, in your action. Let it express through your being. Inspire all the people who are living around you. Please understand, the world is mirror for you. Whatever world experiences about you, you experience that as you. You continuously look into the world to know more about you, to have an idea about you. Now, create beautiful enlightened mirrors around you by radiating enlightenment. So that constantly you will remember you are not only living, radiating enlightenment. So take up this as the mission for this year. People around you should really feel the power of your enlightenment, the power of your Jivan Mukti. When I say the word living enlightenment, energy to change whatever can be changed, intelligence to accept whatever need not be changed, clarity, however you change, the whole world is just one more changing dream, and devotion towards that which is unchanging. This is what I define as living enlightenment, Jivan Mukti. Now, let these great truths radiate through your system so strongly. Let all the people around you, the world around you, feel the power of enlightenment. Let your muscles radiate this truth. Please understand, Do not think there is so much of anger in me, suffering is in me, pain is in me. Don't think all these things are here. How can I be Jivan Mukta? You can never have a space where all these things are not there and feel you are a Jivan Mukta. No. You have to become like a Kala Bhairava who is dancing between everything. Jivan Mukta Sarira means anything swallowed should be digested and should become part of your body. Jivan Mukta mind means anything seen, you should be able to swallow, digest it, crush it and clear it. It should become wisdom. Any food swallowed should become energy, and anything seen should become wisdom in you. That is what I call Jivan Mukta Sarira, the body of enlightened and the mind of an enlightened. If you are living just in present, you have no freedom to correct your past and project your future. If you are living only in the past and future, you have no freedom to correct in present. If you are living in past, present and future, only then you have freedom to correct, freedom to amend and freedom to project. Understand? Living in present is not enlightenment. I am throwing a new light. I am breaking on ice, old pot. Living in present is not enlightenment. That's what we always think. Living in past, present, future simultaneously is enlightenment. Means in your present moment, the whole past, the whole future will be present. The essence of whole past, the essence of whole future will be in the present, is what I call living enlightenment. Intensity. Take this as a message. This is the message for you, you all. Understand, in any situation, just remember how Swamiji will behave, how Swamiji will react, how Swamiji will face this situation. Simply you will see new door opens. This is what I call living enlightenment. Understand? You don't need anything else. This one is enough. Even while you are sitting, if thoughts are coming, if Swamiji is just sitting, what will be going on inside him? Naturally silence. Then why are you thinking? Silent. Over. Nothing else. That's all. Your mind will, if your mind says, no, I know it's true, but I can't do this, it's too much. Then you think, if Swamiji's mind says like this, how he will behave? You would have finished the mind that moment. That's all. Nothing else. That's all. Just be very clear. Carry this one message. Maybe you can take this one message and let this message become life into you. The message of living enlightenment. See, understand, from the age of 10, of course, around the age of 10 only I was inspired and impressed by him. That was the time I started. But I didn't even know it's a meditation technique or it's a technique or all those things. Just it started. How he will behave. How Annamalai Swami will behave for this situation. Because many times in the house, my brothers or family will, if they start fighting for something, some share, this, that. And I'll think, how Annamalai Swami will behave? He won't even bother. Forget about it. Let them have. That's all. Because actually this is what I call relationship with master. Relationship with master is not just doing some puja or putting some flowers or worshipping him once in a while. No. Being thoroughly impressed by him. Anything comes up, fear or insecurity or greed or anger, anything comes up, just see how he will behave. simply it will disappear. It will just disappear. A simple understanding, living enlightenment. Simple understanding enough, it will disappear. Nothing else is needed. Carry this one message. Carry this one message. See, the ordinary relationship, your relationship with Master, many times I used to tell people, relationship, strong feeling connected with Master is enough, you don't need any other technique. That means this is what? This is what? Not just your ordinary relationship. Your ordinary relationship, you neither try to understand me nor try to imbibe. Just it is there. Just it is there, and that is not, I can't even call that as a relationship. It's a regular, ordinary thing. Feeling connected with Master means just living him, living Master. When you live the Master, only then you feel connected to him. Only then you are expanding. Only then something is happening in you.
Once a man woke up from his bed early morning. As soon as he woke up, he saw his eyes have bulged and ears have protruded. Heavy pain in the neck. Eyes have bulged, ears have protruded. Heavy pain in the neck. Immediately he rushed to a doctor who diagnosed, checked him thoroughly, and gave him some prescription and a warning. He said, it is a very serious problem. You should take these medicines for 6 months without even 1 day gap. The side effect of this will be, you will lose all your hair. The man religiously, without even missing 1 day, took all the medicines. The side effect, losing all the hair, happened, but not the main effect. The problem continued. He went to the next doctor. Next doctor tried his best. He told, I think there is some serious problem in your left arm. It has to be amputated. What connection is there between the eyes and the ears or left arm, only God knows. It has to be amputated. The suffering is so much, the man could not say anything except yes. He allowed his hand is amputated. After the surgery, 3 months he was already. After 3 months, again the problem started. Problem continued. Then he went to the third doctor, who declared, we couldn't diagnose the problem, we couldn't find the reason for it. Hope you may be alive only 1 more month. The same situation continues, you will be alive only 1 more month. When he came to know that he will be alive only 1 more month, he was totally depressed. But after 2-3 days, he recovered and decided to live his life. Wherever it is possible, whatever way it is possible, he started taking all types of loans. And he decided he is going to live only 1 more month. The first job is, he took all types of loans, got new bungalow, got new cars, furnitures, went to a tailor shop to have a new suit for himself. When the tailor was taking measurements, he said, make a 15-inch collar, high neck, Taylor said, no, for your size it has to be 18 inch. Man argued, no, what do you know? Last 6 months I am wearing only 15 inch. That feels good. Taylor said, do you know, instead of 18, if you wear 15, what will happen? Man asked, what will happen? Your eyes will bulge, ears will protrude. Nothing else. Your whole life, whatever solution you are trying to find from the outer world, it is just like this story. If you have missed the story, don't worry, don't miss the laughter. I think she was enquiring. Even if you miss the story, don't miss the laughter. One more story, just dedicated to you. In India, Sardarji jokes are very popular. Any Sardarji? Oh. I think you don't mind? That's nice. There is a competition. 100 jokes will be told. If you don't laugh, you will have $1 million prize. One man got into the stage, people have started cracking jokes. 50 somehow he could manage, but not more than that. He has to laugh. Next man could manage 70. Third, our hero got into the stage. He could manage 90. 95, yes. Smile, not even a laughter. Yeah. Beam of smile entered his face. His wife was sitting just in front of him. Started shouting, hey, keep quiet, $1 million. At least for next 2 minutes, keep quiet. Only 2 minutes. Don't miss the $1 million. But somehow, finally, 98 joke. Nothing could be done. He laughed. He laughed uproariously. And he came down. The wife inquired, what has happened? You waited patiently so long. You controlled yourself so long. What has happened? Last only 2 minutes. You could have managed. Why did you miss? He replied, no. Now only I understood the first joke. Even if you miss some jokes, don't miss the laughter. Don't laugh separately. Don't laugh separately after some half an hour. Let us go to the first story. Our life is nothing but the first story. The problem is just here, 2 inch, 2-3 inch. But you go around searching for solutions. You search exactly where the solution cannot be found. You search everywhere except yourself. If you just look into yourself for a second, for a moment, only the 2 inch of relaxation, nothing else, just the 2 inch of relaxation, the whole problem would have been solved. There would be not only solved, dissolved. Instead of that, you go on asking for solution from all possible astrologers, all possible temples, all possible masters, all possible palm readers, or whatever way it is possible, you try to find solutions. Go on searching for solutions in so many places, so many ways, but except looking into yourself. If you just look into yourself for a moment, I don't say to enter into your being totally, just for a moment, then you will see so many things gets transformed by itself. These 2 days, you are not going to do anything else except looking into yourself. You are given place, no, space to look into yourself. Just to look, just to see, just to turn inwards. You are given a chance, time and space to look into your system, into your being. So here, I wanted to give you a few tips to use these 2 days maximum. Few points to be remembered to have the maximum benefit, to have best out of this 2 days program. The program is called Ananda Spurana. The meaning of that word is bliss flowering. In the Spurana word, exactly there's no translation. It can be translated as a fountain. Like a fountain, bliss or the energy is continuously bubbling in you, flowing in you, happening in you. Only thing, you hide it. You don't let it happen to you. Now, for these 2 days, you are asked, you are requested to take away your hands. Allow that joy to happen. Allow that bliss to happen. Just to have a taste of that ananda, taste of that bliss. The program is designed to have a taste of your inner being, taste of your inner bliss. You can attend this program in 3 ways. One is just intellectually. If you just take this class as an intellectual class, you will learn a lot. You will learn a lot. Intellectually means just sitting with your head, nothing else. Just your head will be concentrated. If you want to take the intellectual knowledge, just a head is enough. Nothing else is necessary. You don't need anything else. If you are alert without sleeping in the class, that's enough. Nothing much is necessary. If you feel like sleeping, the last row is reserved for you. You can go there and sit and sleep. Please don't sleep inside the class. Not for your sake, at least for my sake. Why I say my sake? A small story. Once, a taxi driver from Chennai, anybody who had been to Chennai, who lived in Chennai? Then you will understand. Taxi driver in Chennai, they lead you directly to hell. A straight way to hell. They don't take you by shortcut or they don't take you by the long route or anything. Direct way to hell. If you are expectant mother, never sit in Chennai taxi. And roads are also specially designed. Roads are also specially designed. The drivers are specially trained. Anyhow, one day morning, one taxi driver from Chennai and one great religious preacher, both of them died, directly went to the court of Yamadharma. All of you understand Yamadharma. Yamadharma means he is the man who gives judgment. For people from West, I am telling, he is like a Saint Peter who gives the judgment. Now I will have a little problem. I have to use both cultural words, but I will try to manage. Whenever you don't understand any technical terms, you are free to ask me immediately. You don't have to feel shy. Immediately just raise your hand. Then I will understand your question and answer. So you can can feel free to question anything or to ask anything. No, don't feel shy. Or don't feel reluctant. How can I ask or how can I question? Because if you don't understand, you will misunderstand. One more big problem is you will go and tell outside that this is what I heard. That will be both of them, the great religious preacher and the taxi driver, both of them reached the Yama's court for judgment. First, the taxi driver pushed himself into the cabin. Yama inquired, "What is your name?" He said, my name is so and so. "What were you doing?" "I was driving taxi in Chennai." So he took out the list of merit and sins. Finally he gave the judgment, "All right, let you have silken robe, golden staff, and first class AC seat in the Swarga, in the heaven." He sent. Next came this great religious preacher. He was asked, "What's your name?" "My name is so and so." "What were you doing?" "I was preaching God's word around the world. All over the world, I used to go around and preach Lord's name, preach the divine message." The list of the merit and sins is taken out and read. Yama gave the judgment. "Let you have cotton robe and wooden staff and third class room." The preacher got terribly angry, annoyed. He started shouting, "I'll sue you." Maybe you must have too much visited America. "I'll sue you. What, for a driver, taxi driver, you are giving first class treatment and for me third class? I preach the divine message around the world. So many thousands of satsangs I conducted. So many thousands of good things I have done. Everywhere I was speaking about divine message, divine glory. How can you give me third class? For him first class." The Yama said, "Here up, we don't bother what you do. We bother only the results." When he was driving, people were praying for their lives. When he was preaching, people were sleeping. When he was preaching, people were sleeping. When he was driving, people were praying for their lives. So we don't bother what you do, we bother what is the result. So, may not be for your sake, at least for my sake, don't sleep. Otherwise, when I go there, I'll be given the staff and third class room. At least for my sake, don't sleep. If you feel like sleeping, sit in the last row so that I will have argument. No, they have not slept in my class. They were sleeping only outside the room, outside the class. I can save my face. If you just a little bit of attention, that's enough. The class will be useful to you as an intellectual class. You may learn a little bit of knowledge. But by that, you are having only the 33% of the benefit. Not more than that. Not more than that. If you attend only as an intellectual class, when you go, you will tell, "This Swami is a very great orator. How nicely he speaks." Only that much. That is not going to help you. That's not going to give you the total result. Next thing, you can attend with a little bit of heart, emotion. You may be searching for some meditation. You may be thinking, you might have heard about meditation somewhere in some book. And that is now, in modern day, that is the best-selling ideology. So somewhere you must have read. So you are thinking, I should go for some meditation. Some of you heard about me, you are coming here. If you attend it with a little bit of emotion, or a little bit of thinking of meditation, a little bit of art, you may have the second layer. You may feel a little refreshed. You may feel a little relaxed. You may feel a little joyful. But even that is not enough. When you feel a little bit joyful, you will go and tell, wow, we had a beautiful weekend this time. It was really a nice weekend. But even that is not enough. Only when you attend with your whole being, only when you put your whole effort, then you will see something new happens in your being. Only then you will really have all the 100% benefit. If you sit only with your head, you will have only 33%. If you sit with your heart, a little bit of involvement, you will feel only the 66. Only when you put your whole being 100%, you will see the total result. Or you will attend, you will take this as a spiritual program. The whole being can be touched. A real result can happen. Water becomes steam only at the 100th degree, never at the 99.9. If you put 99.9 also, it is simply useless. Put your whole thing, whatever efforts you have, put the whole thing and do the meditations. Put the whole thing and do the meditations. Whatever effort you have, whatever energy you have, whatever mind you have, of course you cannot get others' mind, you cannot catch others' energy, but whatever you have, put the whole effort and do it. Put the whole effort and do it. One man fell sick. Asked his colleague to suggest a good doctor. The colleague suggested, here is Dr. Pill, very good doctor. Go to him. He will surely cure you, but it is a little costly. He takes $500 for his first visit. For next visit, $100. But surely he will cure you. The man wants to go to the same doctor, but wants to save a little bit money also. So he planned, went to the doctor, entered his cabin, told, doctor, I have come back. He acted as if he is coming for the second time. Not even for a moment the doctor was duped or fooled. He quickly checked him, and after a few minutes, he declared, oh, continue the same medication which I gave last time. Continue the same medicines which I gave last time. See, when you try to say, you get only that much of result. You get only that much of benefit. Not more than that. So only when you put your whole thing, you get the total benefit. So put your whole effort. Whenever the meditations are practiced, don't reserve your being off and don't reserve your being or the head or anything. Understand the instructions and put your being totally. Put your whole effort. Otherwise, you will see. You will be having only the intellectual knowledge. Of course, it's not worth having. It is, but it is not total. It is not total. Just to have the intellectual knowledge, you don't have to come here, sit in front of a computer, or sit in front of some professor. They will speak, they will tell you in a much better way. They will at least tell you in your English. I am speaking in my own English. I am sorry about it, but I know only this much of language. There are many people who are much better orators than me. There are so many ways to get the knowledge. Just sit in front of computer. Nowadays, there is no need even for any professor or anything. Just sit in front of internet. You get all the information, but it will be only intellectual. If you attend this class also, only with your head, only with your attention, it will be nothing more than intellectual. If you attend with a little heart, little love, sympathy for me, oh, he seems to sound logical. He seems to be a little honest. Let me see what he says. That much of sympathy. With that, if you sit, of course, you will taste some one meditation. You will have the taste of one meditation. You will feel a little relaxed. You will feel a little joyful. But only when you put your whole being, you really feel the bliss. You really feel the transformation. You really feel that something new has happened to you. Only then you feel some new experience it is. Here I am not teaching only by words. I am teaching more by energy and the methods, more by the techniques. So please don't miss even one technique or one session. Don't miss even one technique or one session. Put your whole effort. Both of them try to possess you. Then problem starts. Your mind will never let the meditation to happen to you. It will try all its best to disturb you, to distract you. Don't bother about it. Put your effort. Don't bother about the mind. When you are asked to practice some techniques, there are many techniques which are going to be practiced. Either deep breathing or humming. There are many techniques going to be. When you do the deep breathing and after 1 or 2 minutes you will feel, no, I feel I may faint. I think I am not feeling well. Last 2-3 days I had a slow fever. I think I am having a back pain. Let me rest for this meditation. Let me do the next meditation. Mind will give all its reasons. Please don't listen to the mind. Even if you faint, don't bother. Volunteers are here. We will take care of you. We will sprinkle water and wake you up. Make you again meditate. Don't think by fainting you can escape. No. Again you will be made to meditate. Yeah. Small incident which happened in the Zen monastery. A man came and asked the master, Master, I want meditation. I want Zen. Master told, meditate silently for 3 months. He was meditating. Nothing happened. Again he went and asked, meditate silently for 3 months. Nothing happened. Same way it continued for 5 times. 6th time the disciple told, it's enough, I am leaving the ashram. Master told, no, wait, only for 1 week. Then also nothing happened. This time Master told, tell yourself, in 3 days you are going to become enlightened or you will kill yourself. Disciple told, all right, that's the right thing. Because what is the use in living? I have no other way. He decided and sat. Either I become enlightened and get up or I die. The moment when he sat, he became enlightened. It's nothing. The meditation or the spirituality is nothing. It is just your conscious decision. A clear conscious decision. I will let your urge become urgent. Let your whole being be used. If you have pain, don't bother, do totally. you will see the back pain disappears. Because around the world, thousands and thousands of people have practiced these meditation techniques. I have always seen. If you ask the people who attended, then you will be able to understand. You will be able to listen their experiences. Not one or two. Here the Swarna was telling me, she had 15 years of back pain. It has simply disappeared. It's not there at all. How many months over? She's not here. I think more than 2-3 months. 2-3 months no? Last time when you attended? 5 months over. Huh? September you came attended. You all came attended. September they attended. Now already 5 months over. She says back pain has disappeared. This is not the one case. There are thousands and thousands. Why I say is the techniques are foolproof. Don't bother about it. Put your whole effort. Don't intellectually analyze. See, discourses you analyze anything. Intellectually you can understand. Techniques you cannot understand. They are something more deeper. They are something to do with your being. Intellectually, you cannot analyze. Intellectually, it's difficult to understand. So, put your whole effort, then you will see the result happening in your system. Your system is just, your being is flowering. Don't have any reservations to practice the meditation. To participate in anything, whenever any session is brought up, any program is brought up, put your whole effort, put your whole being. In the Zen they say, the enthusiasm, initial level, you have always enthusiasm. They say a beautiful word, honeymoon. It's from Zen. The word honeymoon is from Zen. I always tell people, it's only honeymoon, never honey sun. Why? How long a moon will stay? How long a moon will stay? 16 days. In 16 days, it will disappear. Only 16 days is the life of the moon. 16 days is the time of the moon. Of course, for us, 16 days is the time. The emotion also will stay only for 16 days. That is why it is honeymoon, never the honey sun. They say the moon of the enthusiasm of the honeymoon, the initial enthusiasm. Anything when you start, you have a tremendous enthusiasm. Kids, when they go to the school, initially they will have a tremendous enthusiasm. Do everything with that enthusiasm. With that excitement. Do everything, try with everything. With that excitement, with that sincerity, with that effort. 2-3 more things. A small story from Zen. Once a king went to see the Zen master. He sent his visiting card through a disciple to the master. The card says the name of the king and below Governor of Japan. When the card was taken to the master, I have no business with such a fellow, send him back. The master sent the card. When the card was brought back to the king, he realized his mistake, took a pencil, erased the word Governor of Japan, sent the same card with only his name. When the card was taken to the master again, oh, he said, this man, bring him here, I'm waiting to see him. When the card was sent, his name and the title, Governor of Japan, Master was not ready to see him. When the card was sent only with his name, Master says, bring him, I am here to see him. So when you carry your title, you can't have Zen, you can't have meditation. Wherever we go, we carry our visiting card. Never think visiting card is this size. Visiting card is voting size, actually. We are carrying it on our head. That is why wherever we go, we get stuck, we get the blows. You continuously carry your titles on your head. Just for these 2 days, please keep your titles where you leave your shoes. Keep your titles where you keep your shoes. Keep your mind, keep your worries, keep your titles where you keep your shoes. I can be sure they will be there. When you go back, you pick it and go. Your shoes may be lost, but never your titles. Because your shoes will be useful for somebody else, but never your titles. Never your mind. Your shoes may be useful for somebody, but your mind will be useful for nobody. So don't bother. Leave them where you leave your shoes.
Nitya Narayana Govinda Madhava, Nitya Narayana Govinda Keshava, Nitya Narayana Govinda Madhava, Nitya Narayana Govinda Keshava, Nitya Narayana Govinda Madhava, Nitya Narayana Govinda Keshava.
enlightened, even though they were not vegetarian. But there was many more that were vegetarian, that have gone on to non-violence. So this is all about non-violence. So you have to be a vegetarian as well. So once again, you don't have to be vegetarian, but it helps. Swamiji also says very beautifully. See, you can take a boat from New York all the way to Mumbai, and a rowboat and row all the way through. Or you can take a plane. One of these ways is faster. Both will take you there, but one is faster. So Akunlalaya is asking, you can have dairy. So once again, for the duration of this program, yes, so pure vegetarian diet, we follow a pure vegetarian diet, a sattvic diet, in which, yes, you can have dairy, you can have milk, cheese, and dairy products. You can have curd and so forth. However, it is recommended for these 21 days, unless you know that it is from non-violent sources, the milk is from non-violent sources, the dairy is from non-violent sources, then it is best to avoid for the duration of the program itself. But otherwise, yes, as part of the sattvic pure vegetarian diet, you can have dairy. So yes, you can have paneer, you can have curd, milk, all of the above. So yes, let's have a look at the recipe itself. So recipe for neem juice. Concentrated 100 milliliters or diluted 200 milliliters. So we can boil 4 to 5 neem leaves, or a quarter teaspoon of neem powder. So if you don't have neem leaves, you can use a quarter teaspoon of neem powder and boil it in a cup of water. So add 1 cup of water and bring it to boil. Allow it to cool down afterwards and drink. If you feel that you can't drink the whole thing, so you use to the taste, you might not think it's the best taste to start off with. You can take it half in the morning and half in the evening. So this is also an option. You can also do that. If you can, though, it is best to have it the whole thing at one time in the morning. But if you cannot, you can also have half in the morning, half in the evening. So just take a moment and just write down. It's a very basic, very brief recipe. So just take a moment and write this down. Yes, you can relax now. So we have further questions from Abdullah Aya. Can I just drink it cold? So yes, you can just drink it cold. However, it's best if you boil it first. It's best if you boil it first, because this way the nutrients the full nutrients get out of the
Neem leaves.
neem leaves itself.
So it's best to boil it first, let it cool down. Even the lukewarm neem juice you can take, and if you want to cool down, if you want to take it as cold, you can do that as well. But make sure that you boil it first.
Yeah, it doesn't take much time to boil. It should only take a couple of minutes or so, maybe 5 minutes. So, because we're talking just 1 cup. 1 cup will heat up very fast. Aya.
Yes, and even it will cool down very fast.
Yes. We also welcome a participant that has just joined us. Yusum Nityanandam, welcome. Good to have you with us.
Yes, Nityanandam.
Welcome for this day 1 of the Paramashivoham program.
And make sure that you are making your availability for these 21 days of the full program itself, so that you can get the full benefit of the program itself. And that's why Swamiji has designed this program for 21 days. Give your 100%, as Swamiji has already mentioned, as you have joined now. So Swamiji was revealing that as you go through the 21 days, come with the innocent mind, come with the sincere mind, give your 100%. All right. So with this, now we'll be entering into the Avatar Shastra. Understanding the science of descent is very important for us, because it's very much related to the very purpose of our existence. So Avatar Shastra itself means the science of the grand descent, who is the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, Bhagavan Sri Nityananda Paramasham. The answer to the great why of you coming to this planet Earth. So you came to this planet Earth to have the super conscious breakthrough. So in Sarva Jnanatra Agma, it says, he who does not realize this truth will always remain as an eternal bound soul, involved in the repeated phenomena of being born again and again. He who realizes this truth gets immortalized and attains absolute purity. He becomes one with Lord Shiva. There is no doubt about this.
Yes, the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism tells us beautifully that we have taken so many births, perhaps even millions of births, doing the same thing again and again, because we had not realized this truth. So we had not realized this truth, so we get born again and again, eternally bound to this repeated phenomenon of being born again and again. Once we realize this truth, we can move on, we can have enlightenment, we can have liberation.
And so many of us might be thinking whether I have taken birth or not. If you are in the human body, it's you have taken millions of birth in terms of you might have been various animals. So having taken multiple births, and that's how we have achieved the human body. Actually, receiving human body itself is a big blessing, because it is through human body that you can receive this super conscious breakthrough. And getting connected to the avatar himself is the rarest happening. So when there is a need for the super conscious breakthrough, whenever there is a serious danger for the Srishti, which is the cosmic creation, and whenever there is a serious danger for the life itself, whenever life needs to be pushed to the next level, whether the DNA needs the quantum jump in its selection process, or a conscious breakthrough needs to happen, then there is a need for the super.
All right, so the Shastra session, the science of the grand descent. We'll have a look in this session at what is superconscious breakthrough and why we need an embodied avatar, the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism. We'll look through the foretelling of the happening of the ultimate manifestation of Paramashiva, the Supreme Pontiff Bhagavan Sri Nityananda Paramashivoham. We'll have a look at the science of reincarnation. We'll cover attributes of the ultimate manifestation of Paramashiva, the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism. And we'll also have a look at some of the scientific studies that have been done on the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, on Sanchi himself, as well as some of his initiated followers.
The Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism explains the descent of the avatar with an analogy. In his own words, he says, there is a software of the universe where the secrets of reaching your spiritual goal or the methodologies, technologies, knowledge, process is available. Within this software, there is the automatic system which gets triggered and sends automatic customer call whenever there is a problem in the form of virus, or when almost all the systems are losing the software or it is getting deleted. The customer care called and updated software is downloaded and the person responsible comes down. He himself does establishing and making it work again. And this whole thing is Sanatana Hindu Dharma.
Yes, so Paramashiva himself manifests to give superconscious breakthrough to humanity. The Srimad Karana Agama extols this great science of descent of the avatar and how Paramashiva, in his avyakta form, the formless form, manifests into his vyakta form. So from avyakta into vyakta, from formless into form, taking form, embodying into the avatar himself. In this way, Paramashiva, who is Nishkala, without any body or parts, who is the ultimate supreme being, who is established in the creation, who is the cause of the creation of the universe, assumes a body out of his free will for the protection of the universe and for the welfare of the spiritual seekers and devotees. This is from the Srimad Karnagama, Purva Bhaga, Patala 71, Sakalopati Vidhi, verses 8 to 9, directly from the scriptures.
And we'll be actually projecting this next slide, where the historical records of the ultimate Paramashiva, Paramdhama, where they assumed a body. So we'll be projecting, many of them are actually known. We know that Rama, Bhagavan Vishnu, incarnated in the form of fish, which is Matsyavatara, to bring Vedas and Agamas back, to give them to Lord Brahma. After the great deluge, Bhagavan Vishnu in the form of Matsyavatara then brought Manu's boat to land at Karaikal and started civilization. Next is Bhagavan Sri Ramachandra Prabhu, popularly known as Lord Rama, incarnated to save 54 deshas, which are the Hindu nations, and 7 crore people from the evil regime of King Ravana, which is detailed in the epic Ramayana. Third is one Sri Krishna, who incarnated to end the apocalypse within the king, that almost led to the world to the nuclear collapse, which is detailed in the Mahabharata. So Bhagavan Krishna made sure that whoever had the nuclear weapons at that time, he brought all of them in this great Mahabharata war, and all the nuclear weapons were destroyed in this Mahabharata war. Bhagavan Paramashiva. Fourth one, he himself protected the city of Varanasi. He says, I will hold these people, protect them, even during the Pralaya, which is the great deluge.
Now, it is important to understand when we say nuclear weapons, it's not in the same way that we understand nuclear weapons now. See, any weapon that you wield, if you have the right mantra, if you recite the right mantra, it can become a nuclear weapon as such. So back in those days, nuclear weapons or weapons of mass destruction were in way. So that's why when you say nuclear weapons, please understand it's not in the way that we understand today.
Yes, in those days it was used, the power of sound was used to awaken different energies. So in that way, the powers, different kinds of power were used to invoke or bring them, and were used in the form of weapons.
So let us have a look at the descent of the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism. That was seen as a supernova. So yes, it was seen as a supernova, manifested itself as a supernova in the sky. In fact, on the 3rd of January 1978, as an answer to prayers of millions of souls in the modern day, Paramashiva himself descended into human form, leaving an undeniable record of this happening in the night sky. So this clairvoyance, the drilling of the superconscious layer with the descent of the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, could be seen in the universe as a supernova. In the constellation Aquila, at approximately 1250 IST time on the 3rd of January 1978, a supernova designated as SN, or supernova SN 1978A by astrophysicists, appeared 10 million light years away from Earth. The thermonuclear explosion of a white dwarf star caused one of the brightest supernovas ever, and it had a peak absolute magnitude of minus 19.5, which is huge. This supernova was visible to the naked eye on Earth.
Now we'll be entering into the unbroken Guru Parampara lineage of Tiruvannamalai. So we'll be actually projecting this slide for you so that you can have a look at these lineage, the pictures. You can see the very left is Sri Arunachaleshwara Linga, which is in Tiruvannamalai. Then Devi Apita Kuchambar. Then you can see the third is Bhagwan Arunagiri Yogishwara. Then is Guhai Namachivaya. Next is Sadri Swamigal, Bhagwan Ramana Maharishi, Annamalai Swamigal, and Yogi Ram Surat Kumar. So these are taken from the autobiography of the avatar, which is the unbroken lineage of the Guru Parampara of Tiruvannamalai.
Yes. So continuing with the unbroken Guru Parampara lineage of Tiruvannamalai, we see further images, and the scripture Arunachala Puranam records Paramashiva's promise that he will always be available in the threefold form for entire humanity, for all of humanity. First of all, in the form of the Arunachala hill. Second of all, in the form of the Linga, Arunachaleshwara. And third of all, in human form, as the avatar, through an unbroken lineage of incarnations. And the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism is the current incarnation of Paramashiva in that unbroken lineage of incarnations. And Nityananda is nothing but a small, continuous, unbroken lineage of a stream of enlightened masters, the Guru Shishya Parampara that has gone right.
Next, you can see this, the successor of over 12,000 years of lineage of the Guru Parampara. You can see from the very left is Yogi Yogananda Puri, who is the yoga guru of Swamiji himself. Then Isakki Swamigal, Mata Vibhutananda Puri, and the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism himself at the age of 60. So in 1994, the gurus of this coronated him as successor of Arunachaleshwara, Arunachala Sarvanga Peetham through the traditional Yoga Patta Vishekam ceremony. Does of next avatar in this sacred unbroken lineage of the Guru Parampara.
Yeah. So what is the science to recognize an incarnation? So actually there is a science. Even in Tibetan Buddhism, they practice this very science. When a new Lama is birthed, for example, the Dalai Lama is birthed to the new Dalai Lama as a baby, they will show all the old items that have been used. All the items will be mixed with a number of other items, and the new Dalai Lama baby has to pick all the right items used by the earlier Dalai Lama in his previous incarnation. Only then will they recognize as an incarnation. So the gurus of the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism carried out this very process on the divine avatar. They put in front of the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism box full of dazzling jewelry. Without hesitation, however, the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism immediately selected the Rudraksha Mala, which you see on the right, the sacred string of beads that are the symbol of Paramashiva himself. So you can see the mala over there, and you can imagine as a baby, babies love shiny things. If you have a box full of dazzling jewelry, who would choose to pick the Rudraksha Mala? Which baby? Only the avatar, because he is the divine avatar.
And there are predictions on the birth of the SPH. There are several Mahapurushas, which are the enlightened seers and the incarnations, including Bhagavan Ramana Maharishi, Pundi Mahan, and Sadhvi Swamigal, who foretell the upcoming descent of Paramashiva in the form of the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, Bhagavan Sri Nityananda Paramashiva. So when Raju Mudaliar, who is the biological maternal grandfather of the SPH, went to receive the blessings of Bhagavan Ramana Maharishi in Tiruvannamalai in the late 1940s, Bhagavan blessed his ceremoniously and declared that Paramashiva himself would become his family.
So continuing on with the predictions on the birth of the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, Bhagavan Sri Nityananda Paramashiva. You can see here a photo on the right-hand side. We see Pundi Mahan, a revered enlightened being who blessed the mother of the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, Ma Lokanaiki. And we can see Ma Lokanaiki on the bottom left with the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, aged 2 years old, alongside a picture of the Arunachala hill, which is the embodiment of Paramashiva.
Next on the predictions on the birth of the SPH, you can see this is a prediction that sings the glory of the happening of the avatar, which is Jivanari. So in the Jivanari readings are basically the Nari readings are precise predictions of the futures, as written thousands of years ago by sage Agastya. So these Nari readings, this is Jivanari, is written by sage Agastya, and if you know, he's one of the Shabda Rishis, one of the 7 renowned sages, direct disciples of Paramashiva himself. He has written this Nari readings, or the Jivanari. Now it is coming from that time, and which predicts for the future of which has the predictions of the future. So who has listened directly from the secrets of enlightenment from Paramashiva himself as he revealed it to his beloved consort and disciple Devi Parashakti. So in the Jivanaya it's written, Nityananda Sangha, please carefully listen completely to the words Shiva has come in the form of Nityananda to protect this world as the result of the penance of many crores of Siddhas. Paramashivan has incarnated as Paramashiva, Paramahamsa.
So birthing the formless into form. Let us have a look now. Mataji Vibhutananda Puri, which is the guru of the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, who initiated him in the system of Tantra, Vedanta, and Sri Vidya, brought an explosion onto the Arunachaleshwara Linga through the Maha Karabhairava deity in Arunachaleshwara temple in Tiruvannamalai, and kept it in the Brahma Tirthan, which is the water body, to cool off. She then brought it to the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism's biological mother's womb. The Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism's mother's womb and the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism's mother's body were mystically prepared in time for the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism to assume form. And on the left-hand side, we can see the temple town of Tiruvannamalai, and we have a darshan of Arunachaleshwara temple, the Tiruvannamalai being the birthplace of the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism. It's a beautiful, beautiful temple.
Now, the SPH, actually this Shantivir Mahaswami, who is the head of the Kolar Math, he declares the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism. He, during the Kumbh Mela, actually, he tells in his own words. He says that whenever humanity falls into the suffering and pain, Ishvara, the divine, himself does austerities, tapas, for their upliftment. Ishvara is the embodiment of the divine light. Nityananda Maharaj is seated as an embodied divine light, spreading world peace and serving the whole of humanity from India. Nityananda Ji is a treasure house of Jnana, the sacred knowledge. So, Sri Shantivir Mahaswami Ji, who is the head of the Kolar Math, which is the oldest recorded math in Karnataka, dating back more than 6,500 years, declared with his authority. So, which was on 16th of October 2016 during the Ujjain Kumbh Mela.
So let's have a look now into a glimpse of let's have a glimpse into the avataric mission, reviving the science of super-conscious breakthrough, which is what Swamiji is bringing to all of humanity. So this is Swamiji's mission, to bring a super-conscious breakthrough to humanity. And of course, as humans, this is what we are here for. The Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, Bhagavan Sri Nityananda Paramashivoham, is reviving this science through three methodologies in order to revive possibility for the world, for all beings, not just human beings, and all beings, not just human beings, as such. First of all, training and involving human beings in the science of living enlightenment, or Jivan Mukti. Through Varnashrama, this means practicing any of appropriate path of life. So whether that be Brahmana, which is the path of highest knowledge, Vaishya, which is the path of business, Kshatriya, which is the path of the warrior who protects society, Shudra, which is the path of the worker who makes his time available for everyone, Brahmacharya, the path of the celibate monk in austerity of living until marriage, Grihastha, the path of normal householder, Vanaprastha, the path of monk fulfilling a married life, and Nyasa, the path of permanent monkhood after Brahmacharya. Yes, these are all the different different varna, ashrama, dharma. These are all the different varnas.
Second is running a Gurukul Hindu universities where yoga prastha jivas can enroll and start manifesting the powers of third eye. See, yoga prastha jivas means beings who in their previous birth were close to getting enlightened, but for some reason or another left the body before enlightenment. So third is the science of bringing through incarnations, gods and goddesses of Kailasa. The Parameshwar's various dimensions to assume a human body, keeping a powerful ecosystem and ambience for the incarnations to flower. This science was alive in Hinduism, in Hindu Adi Shaiva tradition, and even in Tibetan Buddhist traditions.
So let us now have a look at what has been revived and established just under 25 years by the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism. And that is over 21 kingdoms that have been revived and established, and so much more. Let's go through, starting with age 3, back in 1981. Sanju was initiated into Chaturmasya, so had his first Chaturmasya aged 3, and started to teach. So started his public life, his satsangs, at age 3 years old. Aged 10, in 1988, the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism was crowned as the successor of the kingdom of Kailasa Paramparagata Kanchi Sarvanyapitam in Tondai Mandalam. Aged 11, 29 May 1989, the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism had his first oneness experience with the whole, with all of existence. Aged 12, in 1990, the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism had the first great pause when he entered into deep samadhi. Age 16, crowned as the successor of the kingdom of Kailasa Paramparagata Arunachala Sarvanyapitam. Age 21, 31st of December 1999, revival of Kashi Sarvanyapitam occurred, and the avataric realization of the beginning, the revival, Satya Sankalpa, for reviving Kailasa. Age 22, 7th of November 2000, the second great pause as the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism entered into deep samadhi. Age 23, 2001, the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism had the visions of the banyan tree and the start of the world headquarters. Age 24, on 4th of November 2002, the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism then laid the foundation stones for Adi Kailash, so the foundation of the world headquarters, as well as Ananda's Purana, the science of vertical time zones, was released to the world. Again, age 24, just a few days later, first Nityananda Annalaya, free food service served for all, was released to the world. So free food was made available to the entire world and has been going since then. Age 25, in 1st of January 2003, the second Kailasa, Adi Kailasha Sarvanyapitam, was established.
And at the age of 25, July and August 2003, first Vijaya Yatra, the first world tour, was done. At the age of 23, the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism had the Pattabhishekam as the successor of Sri Puram Sarvangapitam. At the age of 26, the Second World Tour was done by the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism. At the age of 26, 2nd of February 2004, the science of power manifestation, which is the healer's initiation, was established. 24th and 27th of May 2004, the breakthrough scientific research published on the potential of human brain from brain studies on the FH, Nityananda's Pune program, which is the ongoing Going Beyond Death. 12th June 2004. Various leading devotees, Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism led various devotees in the pilgrimage, which is the first Himalayan Yatra. 20th of July 2004. There was the first visit to the Malaysia. 31st of December 2004, SPH was coronated as the successor of illustrious lineage of Ikshwaku that rules the Surangi kingdom. At the age of 27, 3rd September 2005. The Kailasa in Droite, Los Angeles was established, which is the first enlightenment ecosystem outside India. At the age of 28, 10th of September 2006, first ever Kumbh Mela was organized in the USA.
Yes, moving on to age 28, 2nd of October 2006. We had the inauguration of Nityananda Gurukul, the traditional Hindu schooling system. Age 28 still, 12th of November, reviving of Salem Sarvanya-Peetham. So the Salem Sarvanya-Peetham got revived in November 2006. Then age 29, on the 1st of January 2007, we had the inauguration of the Garbha Mandir of the Adi Kailasa Sarvanya-Peetham, as well as the revival of Agnivamsa Adi Pallava Sarvanya-Peetham. Age 29, 22nd of January 2007, so we move on 3 weeks later, the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism was declared the Mahamandaleshwara of Mahanirvani Akada. So that is a huge, huge step. He was declared the Mahamandaleshwara of Mahanirvani Akada, one of the largest akadas in Bharat. Age 29, 27th of May 2007, the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism establishes Kailasa in Malaysia. Then later in 14th of April, he established Kailasa in Ohio, as well as other US states, some other US Kailasas. Also age 29, going to August now, the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism was named Chairman of International. Later in November 2007, that same year, the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism established its Kailasa in Los Angeles. Age 29, still 29 in 2007. The Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism advocates interfaith harmony alongside the Dalai Lama. Aged 30, in 22nd of January 2008, the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism establishes Kailasa in Tiruvannamalai. Age 30, he launches a huge Kalpataru Padayatra, journey by foot, reaching millions of people in their very homes. Age 30 still, 3rd of March 2009, is declared as the celebration of Living Enlightenment Day.
There's SPH has survived 70 plus assassination attempts, and SPH continues to give humanity the superconscious breakthrough and establishes a Hindu nation. When the SPH's freedom of speech was illegally grabbed following his illegal imprisonment, the SPH began intense penance, Panchatapas, which means seated in a circle of fire to bring peace to the world. Which when HR and EC started interfering in the Tamil Nadu temples, the SPH took the responsibility to revive the oldest kingdom of Madurai. When an attempted assassination attempt against the SPH happened in Melkote, the SPH opened doors of his home for programs, 1,500 people to attend the Sadashivoham program. When the attack on Nityananda Gurukul happened, the SPH continued meditation program in Bali and Cambodia from 2019 till date, surviving over 70 plus assassination attempts, lawfares, character assassination by media. brutal destruction of his monasteries worldwide, the SPH continues to enrich humanity, to give it the superconscious breakthrough. Brought together Kailasa's cross-border and on 18th of December 2022, established a sovereign nation, the first, the only Hindu nation, the Kailasa, where Hinduism is legitimate and can be practiced in its original entirety.
So understand, despite the fact that so many assassination attempts, so many lawfare, so many attacks on the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, he continues to contribute, to offer the world, to offer the world. As we can see, when somebody, I mean, how many of us would do that? When somebody is trying to kill you, when there's an assassination attempt, you open your door to 1,500 people. So understand that despite all Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism's commitment to humanity, to bringing a super conscious breakthrough to humanity, is and remains unwavered. It is again and again and again contribute. This has been the lifestyle. This has been the entire life of the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism. So let us now have a look at the glimpses of the divine attributes of the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism. And we'll start off with Kalpataru. And Kalpataru means a wish-fulfilling tree. So Kalpataru is the secret science of manifesting your reality in your life. So the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, Bhagavan Sri Nityananda Paramashivoham, is known as a Kalpataru, a giver, due to his divine attribute of fulfilling the wishes of devotees through a blessing or initiation. And of course, this comes through also in darshan. So when at darshan time you ask for boons, the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism may grant you those boons, may give you those boons.
The next attribute, the divine attribute of the SPH, is the spiritual healing. So spiritual healing is realigning the human physiology at the gross, molecular and genetic levels, which corresponds to physiology, muscle and memory, and the biomemory. So non-alignment at any of these levels leads to ill health or disease, which can be reprogrammed by a transfer of bioenergy from the master to the person requiring healing, affecting changes not only at the physical but also at the molecular and genetic levels. So design your body consciously and heal yourself and others just by the words in the Paramashivoham program.
Next, we'll have a look at Akashic readings. So the Akashic records are the energy records of all the events that have ever happened, are happening, and will ever happen in the cosmos. They are stored in the Hiranyagarbha, the cosmic womb, or Karya Brahman, in a coded form. So whenever an avatar requires the codified details of past future events, it is through this Hiranyagarbha that the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism accesses the Akashic records and reveals it to the people as the ultimate guidance for their lives, as he has done on numerous occasions.
The next divine attribute is Vijnana Akarshana. The true knowledge, intuition, and right cognition are the specific attributes needed for a being to become enlightened. The SPH affects this in his disciples through special processes, including initiation, teaching, and transforming the disciple to live in a state of completion, which increases the number of normal thoughts and increases clarity and energy.
Next, we'll have a look at Shiva Akarshana. Shiva Agama, the authoritative scripture revealed directly by Lord Paramashiva, declares that we are all nothing but Paramashiva himself. So we are all nothing but Paramashiva himself. Hence the mantra Shivoham, which is Paramashiva I am, or Nityanandoham, eternal bliss I am, are used interchangeably as the avatar is nothing but Paramashiva himself, as are all of us. The Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism explains, if you declare you are Paramashiva, not only I don't feel competition, I feel very happy with you. Hey, now I have one more person through which Paramashiva will manifest. I celebrate your existence when you declare you are Paramashiva or Parashakti. If I am Paramashiva, you are also Paramashiva. That is what is Nyaya. That is Nyaya, the logic of enlightenment. If you are God, then how can I be God? See, this is binary logic. The good news is life does not go by binary logic. Life goes by multi-dimensional logic, Nyaya. Binary logic is useful in some fields, but only multi-dimensional logic can make you wake up to the real life and can solve many questions about life itself and can lead you to the next level in life, in reality.
The next divine attribute is Shakti-Akarshana, the potential energy of the cosmos, which is in a constant state of emergence, spanda or virtual particles. That is called Paramashiva, the instantaneous manifestation, which is in the form of pure energy itself or in the form of matter, is Shakti. The Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, Bhagavan Sri Nityananda Paramashivam's physical body is fueled directly by the Kundalini Shakti, which is the expression of macrocosmic energy in the individual, which is microcosm. He has a capacity to transfer his energy to the disciple until the disciple reaches a state of being able to access his own Kundalini Shakti through quantum entanglement with the avatar.
Have a look at Ardhanavara. An avatar is the physical manifestation of the metaphysical union of Paramashiva and Paramashiva Shakti. He exists in the state of pure consciousness, Paramashiva, even as manifests as an embodied form, Shakti. Physically, the grace exhibited and other attributes ranging from hairline to form all point to a reveal simultaneous expression and perfect of masculine and feminine. However, the avatar is beyond any identity, let alone gender, being in a state of pure Advaita, oneness. He carries no concept of I or you or male or female.
An avatar is the physical manifestation of metaphysical union of next attribute is the Shushada. Described in the Linga Puran, Shushada translates as one who calmly bears pain. These attributes apply not only to the avatar, but also to his disciples, who would have a similar capacity to calmly bear pain. The striking example of the SPH being beyond pain was revealed on 14th of June 2011, when the SPH sustained a type 1 open fracture, the compound of both bones of his right forearms. With a smile on his face, and even requested doctors to perform the surgery without administering anesthesia.
The next divine attribute of the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism is Divya Sharira. The Sanskrit word Divya Sharira is sometimes translated as divine body, but the phrase hardly conveys the full scope of the original term. The seemingly physical form assumed by the avatar when he descends to the human frequency is called Divya Sharira. Though appearing similar to the human form, the physiology is far from that of the normal human being in areas of crucial significance. Moreover, there is an intense sensitivity to smell, sound, and touch. So the physicians who examined the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism have repeatedly noticed the increased sensitivity to touch, which in normal human beings also means a high level of sensitivity to pain. It's both a similar neural phenomena. But in the case of the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, the heightened touch sensitivity is simultaneously associated with the absence of the cognition of pain.
The next attribute is Surbi. Surbi is a simple and divine attribute of the avatar's Divya Sharira, the maintenance of the human form in a pure state, allowing a fragrant smell to emanate from the body. Now, significance of avatar in your life is the experience which you carry about you, that I exist, should function through all the body parts and connect with reality. Understand? What you think as you, the individual self, should function through all trillions of cells and relate with the reality. This is the exact definition of awakening. Only a person whose trillions of cells are awakened can be established in Satya, truth. Without a master, you can go on creating, you can achieve, but awakening all trillions of cells is easiest only with the master.
Yes, sorry for the technical glitch. So now let us have a look at glimpses of brain studies that have been done on the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, Bhagavan Sri Nityananda Paramashivoham. First of all, we have a look at the imaging brain activity. So in the summer of 2004, a team of scientists, which were led by Dr. Murali Krishna, MD, medical doctor, President Integris Mental Health Oklahoma City in the USA, conducted a series of state-of-the-art tests, including the advanced technology of positron emission tomography, which is PET scan, and quantitative electroencephalography, QEEG, to study the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism's neurological systems. That as a result of the studies, Dr. Murali Krishna records the results were astounding. The Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism is a bridge between the invisible ancient world of mysticism and the visible world of science and discovery. Clearly, Dr. Murali has not come to Paramashivoham program. These are powers of Paramashiva. All to them. Let's moving on.
Now, these are the results from the PET scans. The SPH exhibited a super normal brain with lower portion of the mesial frontal brain lighting up, revealing the third eye opening during deep meditation with 90% of the brain in shutdown state. He was seen to have complete conscious control over his brain activities, orchestrating the 10,000 neurons constituting the 5 brain waves effortlessly. The results from the QEEG was, this measures the electrical activities within the brain, called the brain waves. 4 different bandwidths of such waves exist, each corresponding to the 4 different states of mind given as per Hindu scriptures. Jagat, which is the wakefulness or alertness. Shushupti, dream state. Turya and Turyatita, higher states of consciousness, states of restful awareness. The space was able to activate and quieten any part of the brain at will. He was easily able to slip from one state to another with no delays or hesitation. It was quite fluid shift from one type of brainwave to the other.
On the 14th of April, 2005, Dr. Collins, a neurophysicist in St. Louis, the United States of America, discovered that the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism's body can be fully functional, yet the brain in deep relaxation. So usually when the when the brain is in deep relaxation, the body will also be in deep relaxation. However, in the case of the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, despite the fact the brain is in deep relaxation, the body is fully functional. So the results show a brain that was 20% that of normal people, so in deep relaxation. The brain function readings were so low, the equipment itself was checked for failure. Experiments, whenever you do tests, if the results don't seem normal, you need to test the equipment with normal people, normal beings, to make sure that the reading it is still functioning. Once you realize, assert that it's definitely not failing, then you know that the results that you have gotten in the first place were correct. So the brain activity was at 20%, that's 1/5 that of normal people. And Dr. Collins further says, the world will not believe this. During healing, the patient's brain was changing thousands of neurons each second.
The glimpses of the brain studies as it continues, the heart rate variability between the SPH and a volunteer subject were recorded while the subject received healing from the SPH. That was on 29th of April 2005. It was concluded that the subject's heart rhythm entrained to those of the SPH during the healing session. According to the SPH, healing happens through the very process of quantum entanglement. So it is the very process of quantum energy entanglement.
So let us now have a look at what we've covered in this Avatar Shastra, the science of the grand descent. Today's session covered that whenever life needs to be pushed to the next level, whether the DNA needs to have a quantum jump in its natural selection process, or a conscious breakthrough needs to happen, the avatar descends. We covered that the ultimate manifestation of Paramashiva, the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, Bhagavan Sri Nityananda Paramashivoham, has descended on the 3rd of January in 1978 as an answer to the prayer of millions in this modern day. The Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism has also revived the powerful ecosystems and ambience for incarnations to flower, Maha Kailasa on planet Earth, once again. In the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism's own words, what Aurobindo dreamed, what Vivekananda imagined, I am making it into reality. I am the fulfillment of the ambitions of billions of Sanatana Hindus, millions of enlightened gurus, and thousands of incarnations. So this was the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, Bhagavan Sri Nityananda Paramashivoham's declaration on 19th of December in 2016. We also looked at Paramashivoham, that through Paramashivoham, Swamiji, the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, is initiating humanity into the science of superconsciousness. And we also had a look at his attributes and powers. And of course, last but not least, we had a look at some scientific studies done on the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism and his initiated followers.
Now, what is the science of Nayana Dīkṣā? Understand, Nayana Dīkṣā, which does not involve touch and can be conducted across large distance, uses the principle of presence of mirror neurons in the disciple, being able to reflect the energy projected by the living avatar. This form of initiation begins at the level of brain, leading to entrainment and coherence of the projected energy from the avatar. The mirror neurons are special neurons that observe and mimic the actions of avatars' neuron activity through seeing. Mirror neurons can activate and process all the observed moments and information in us. Our entire body can silently and without movement recreate what is happening in avatar just through the process of observation. Nayana Dīkṣā is a direct transfer of spiritual energy by an avatar through look. Diksha is the most effortless and blissful way to raise our spiritual frequency. When we make this connection, we experience our unity with all of existence, which is the essence of divinity. Then we understand that we ourselves are also divine. Through this process, the mind layer drops and we open ourselves to receive the energy of the ultimate universe through the space, through the energy of space, which is Akasha, melting into a deep mood of gratitude and devotion. We receive the beautiful return flow of divine compassion and uplifting of our consciousness.
So let us have a look at imitation versus the mirror neurons that we've mentioned. Unlike classical imitation, mirror neurons can activate and process all the observed movements or information without the physical act of imitation. So just by seeing, just by observing, the mirror neurons will activate and process all the observed movements or information. So similarly, for example, if you see someone having ice cream, you just look and enjoy ice cream, enjoy that ice cream, you start getting that same pleasure. This is the mirror neurons. This is how mirror neurons express. So you're not having the physical acts by having the ice cream yourself, but you're still getting that pleasure. The mirror neurons are still activating and processing the same information that physical action. Mirror neurons are the neurons that are responsible for making us personally experience something that we witness. When a disciple watches totally absorbed, as in the case of watching someone have an ice cream, or of course in the case of watching Swamiji's satsang, when the disciple watches totally absorbed, when the same activity is replicated then the same activity is replicated in the brain. So the same kind of electrical and neurological impulses are activated in his brain. So just by gazing into the avatar's eyes, you are in the space of completion. Mirroring the same neurons makes us experience the cognitions, energy, and the inner space of an incarnation. Yes, so that was the session of Avatar Shastra, the sense of the incarnation. If you have any questions, let us know. Just checking, we have some new questions. Can we see again 2 slides before?
It's a little longer.
Yeah,
Sorry.
it's a little bit far away. It's a little bit far in the past.
When showing Swamiji Sri Vidya Guru. So we'll search for it and show you the slide now. Right. With this, we'll be moving on as we are going through the Avatar Shastra. So now we understood the importance of the avatar in our life and why the avatar itself and what happens and how we have been taking births and births and we have been seeking for avatar's presence in our life and how to even recognize an avatar. That's why Swamiji, when you read the autobiography of Avatar, you relate to the great descent of the Avatar. So this is the importance of, see, understand, all the time when we are living in the society, we are pulled and pushed by the fear and greed, and we don't even cognize that what kind of life that we are living in. Only when the avatar is alive in our life, he gives us that possibility. So we'll be entering into a small internalization exercise for this great science of descent itself. So just a highlight of the sessions, understanding that you have come to the planet Earth to have the super conscious breakthrough. Actually, Sarvagyanatra or Agma says, he who realizes this truth gets immortalized and attains absolute purity. He becomes one with Lord Paramashiva himself. There is no doubt about this. Paramashiva himself manifests to give super conscious breakthrough. What is super conscious breakthrough? The consciousness which embodies the body and the mind needs to start operating to the next level of frequencies. Body, a new mind, a new internal and new organs needs to be built for a new being to manifest.
Yes, so once again, it is important to understand you come to this planet Earth to have super conscious breakthrough. This is the reason you take birth, the reason we have the nations, and this is the reason why we come again and again, because we miss the previous birth. We miss having the super conscious breakthrough, so we come again and again, and we come for this very purpose until we have this super conscious breakthrough. So for whatever you think is your goal, if you have more powers, more shaktis, and you start manifesting, so whatever is your goal, if you start manifesting shaktis, that will suddenly become 100 times more. Because now you know you can more. Now you know that with shaktis, with powers, you have more potential. You can do more. So as this Paramashivoham journey, let us recollect, analyze, and write 2 to 3 incidents when you really felt you could do more. So have a look and identify where you really felt you could do more. Pontiff of Hinduism is from one incident from his life in real powerfulness. So Swamiji shares from his own life. In real powerfulness, you will do much, but you will never feel you are doing much. So when you are coming from powerfulness, if you're coming from powerlessness, you always feel like everything is so hard. But when you're coming from powerfulness, you will do so much, but you won't feel like you're doing much. Swamiji continues, I tell you honestly, I can do more and more and more. I really feel I'm not doing anything. Every night when I sit to fall into samadhi, I feel, what is this? I have done nothing. I have not done anything today. Understand the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism is in that space of powerfulness. The Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism's lifestyle is 24 hours active, attending to each devotee, each prayer, and handling over 1,000 projects at one time. You heard right, 1,000 projects at one time. So let us look back and let us do this internalization exercise. As we begin this journey, let's analyze 2 to 3 incidents where we really felt we can do more. We felt powerful and we can do more. So take a moment and share this. Write this down and share this with us. Let's begin.
Yes, now slowly you can relax. So now we'll be moving ahead. Before that, we would like to welcome Ma Lee Yun, who has joined us. Nityanandama.
Nityanandama, welcome.
Yes. All right. So with this, as we move on, next.
So we have a number of questions from
Yes.
Afullah Aya. I usually get thoughts of loneliness and depression. How to unclash from that? I try, but it's hard. You already asked something similar the other ago. It's very simple. Whenever you get a thought of depression, loneliness, anything that is low mood, anything that is low vibration, simply another thought. See, you can't have two thoughts occupying your mind at the same time. It's not possible. So the way to remove something is to replace it. Remove one thought with another thought. Remove the thoughts of loneliness and depression and replace them with again and again and again until it sticks. Sometimes you're a bit more stubborn. See, the thing is, the mind is an action. We've gone through this. I think you were at the session for the previous program. Mind is an action. Just the way I move my hand, I can stop the hand. Just the way I move my mouth when I speak, I can stop it. In the same way, just by thinking, I can also stop thinking. The mind is an action. But will come. We can have thoughts. We can have. The thing is, what you are doing is you're kindling these feelings, these thoughts of loneliness and depression. You are kindling those because you feel comfortable in that. So you feel comfortable in the lower vibrations. So you have to have a look at that. Again and again, replace it with a higher vibration thought. It's simple. Replace one thought with another. It's not difficult. It's really that simple. These are practical solutions from the scriptures, from Hinduism. Simple solution. Replace one thought with another, and depression is no longer there. You have to do it again and again because of this, because you choose to come back to the loneliness. You choose to come back to depression. So the moment you're in depression, in loneliness, you start thinking new happy thoughts. So your thought has changed now. But you say, hang on a second, I was thinking about that. I was enjoying my depression. So you come back to it. You choose to come back to that thought. So the thing is, change one thought with the other and change it again and again and again until it becomes more stubborn than your want to come back to the loneliness. Change it again and again. Every time you change it to a positive thought, a positive emotion, then you will come out of this depression, whatever thoughts that you are having. It is not hard. Now, you know that strategy. Please write it down and have it with you. Write it down on a piece of paper. And every time that you do feel lower energies like this, powerlessness, have a look at it and do it again and again.
A habit where I am reminded of because of things I see around me, everything, and it just hits.
So again, it's in how you perceive things around you, and that is also a thought. So you have to understand everything is. See, Swamiji says that all diseases are psychosomatic, but it's not just about diseases. It's our whole perspective on life. It stems from the mind. It is you who chooses to see things the way you see. It is you who chooses what you experience. Swamiji tells us a beautiful story. This man comes back home to his village and he sees the house on fire. And he starts crying and rolling on the ground. My house is on fire. My house is on fire. One of his sons comes and says, Dad, don't worry. remember, we sold the house yesterday. All of a sudden, he gets up, the father gets up, his tears are wiped away, he's all fine now, not a problem, there's no problem with him. The second son comes and says, yes, Dad, we did sell the house yesterday, but we didn't get the money yet. So it's still not yet our house. Again, the man rolls down on the floor and starts crying, my house is on fire. My house is on fire. Then the third son comes. Yes, Dad, it's true. We didn't get the money when the second son came, but I have more information now. It has just arrived. We have the money. Mom has the money back it's in her hand. Again, he gets up and is all fine. All the tears are gone. He's fine. There's not a problem. What changed between these two extremes? The perception that it is his house, the understanding, the attachment to it. So by changing how you see things, you change your whole perspective in life. So it's that change that you need to have this cognition change, this of what you see. See the beautiful in everything. Everything has its beauty in it. Everything has its bad points. Even a rose has its thorns. But everything bad has something little bit of beautiful in it. So it's all about perspective. It's all how you see things around. And what you concentrate on becomes your experience. What your perception is, what you choose to see is your perception, is your life, what becomes your reality. So keep this in mind. Change the thoughts as you get negative thoughts, lower energy thoughts. Change them with positive ones. Think about the happy times. Think about the moments you enjoy. Think about things that you enjoy. And when you look at things around, look at it from a different perspective. Don't look at it from a critical eye. Look at it see the beauty in everything. See the divine in everything. So remember that everything is divine. Everything is part of Paramashiva. It's a manifestation of Paramashiva. So see the divine in everything. And that will change your whole perspective in life. You will see, instead of seeing all the bad things around, you'll start seeing the good things around. You'll start seeing the good in people. You start seeing how some people help others instead of seeing how some people steal from others. So what you concentrate on, what you perceive becomes your reality. I am. So understand, I feel that every time I unclutch from it, that I'm not completing with the root issue. I've had these feelings for 2 years now. So I wonder if unclutching is just a way to walk around the problem instead of solving it. See, we've gone through creating shafts, pain shafts. So you're creating a pain shaft. So I've had this feeling 2 years ago. I've had this feeling 1 year ago. I've had this feeling 6 months ago. I've had the feeling 3 months ago. I've had it yesterday. You're creating a shaft, but in between, there's 1 year apart, then half a year apart, 3 weeks apart, however long. In all that time, it hasn't all been bad, but you're creating it. You're choosing to see it as a pain shaft. So again, it is your perspective that needs to change. It is not a pain shaft. These are isolated incidents. Yes, it happened 2 years ago. It happened 1 year ago, 6 months ago, yesterday. But it doesn't mean that you're experiencing it the whole time. You are not. In fact, I guarantee that you are not experiencing the whole time. I challenge you to look inside and tell me that you've only had loneliness for the 2 years, for the entire 2 years. So tell me, you've never had any moments of happiness. Is that what you're saying? Are you saying that? See, don't worry about Western medicine, because they haven't got a clue. Okay, don't worry about it. All they want to do is push their agenda, push their medications. They're in it to make money. Understand that the whole of Western medicine is basically there's a conflict of interest. Okay, medics are paid to do their job. Yeah. So it's not like you come to somebody and they have their best interest in you. They have their own interest at heart. So you have this competition between his wants and your wants, his needs and your needs. He needs money. So it's in his interest to push more and more drugs. It is in his interest to make more money so he can have a better life. So that's what I'm saying. Don't worry about what so much what the Western medicine says. This is all this are psychosomatic. This is much psychosomatic because it is to do with the mind. And the mind is an action. It is your action. It is your choice. You choose it. You choose to be in depression. You choose to be lonely. It is because you enjoy the feeling. You're comfortable. It's like I've enjoyed this for so long. Let me continue enjoying this. It's in the same way when we get perhaps a cold or a fever, we sit in bed and we sulk and we say, hey, I deserve to have some rest. I want to be here to enjoy this moment, even though I'm sick. I enjoy this moment because people should give me attention. You feel like you are entitled. You enjoy that space. You enjoy that space of lower energy. It's in the same way. It's a call for attention. So yes, depression and loneliness, it's a call for attention. There are so many different other ways of having attention, of getting attention from people, of getting attention. And also, you don't need attention. See, Swamiji says beautifully, we are enough unto ourselves. You don't need attention. You don't need someone else's attention. So that is seeking energy from the outside. Seek it from inside. Seek it from inside, seek it from the cosmos, from Paramashiva himself. That is the true energy that you seek. See, everyone seeks bliss. We seek bliss. Even when you seek, when you are lonely, when you seek others' attention, you really seek bliss. But you don't understand what bliss really is. So you go search for it outside. It is inside. Bliss is inside. Your connection to the divine is inside. The only true love is the love in oneness with Paramashiva. All other love is love for a season, as Swamiji says, or love for some reason. You show someone love, a pact that I'll show you love, you show me love. So that way we both give each other attention. But you don't need that. You don't need love from outside. You don't need attention from outside. Because if you look inside, you have the true love. And once you experience true love, the true connection with Paramashiva, nothing else compares. Nothing else. So it's really pointless to look outside. Look inside and find the true love, the connection to the divine. And all of this will go away. It'll just drop by itself. You'll need to about it. Look inside and find connection to Paramashiva. Look inside and find the truth. This is the truth that you require. This is the attention, the energy that you need. Okay?
Yes.
All right.
And also, yeah, as Maharaj already mentioned, about whether Swami shares like whatever you are seeking, whether in terms of getting out of depression, health, bliss, want to enjoy, what you are looking is for bliss, the ultimate bliss. So that can happen only from within, when you establish in the within. Yes. So when you are looking for others, as Maharaj already mentioned, whether you are looking from outside, it's not love, it is attention seeking. That drains your energy. Swami says very beautifully, love happens to you only from within. When you are established in the consciousness, love radiates through you. Rest, everything is just attention seeking. It is not love. So be very clear. Whenever you're looking outside, whether you're seeking love, seeking attention, it's just seeking attention. Love is you can radiate love only from when you are established in that consciousness. Love radiates through you. You don't need love. Love radiates through you. So expecting love from others is attention seeking. And it drains you out of energy.
All right. I also shares. I feel that I'm resistant towards wanting it to experience love inside me. Why is that? I want it from others. Why is that, Aya? So why are you resistant? You have to have a look. So this is the true pattern. So depression, loneliness. That's not the root problem. So have a look at why you feel the resistance towards experiencing the love inside. See, you mentioned that you want enlightenment. Enlightenment comes through this bliss, through this connection to Paramashiva, through this love with Paramashiva, this love of Paramashiva, this love of the self, because we are Paramashiva, we are the self. So have a look at how you see yourself. Have a look at self-doubt, self-hate, self-denial. So have a look at these. We'll be going through these in the program. Note this down and keep an eye out for these. Self-doubt, self-hate, self-denial is where you don't see yourself worthy. You deny yourself true love. Why is that reason? Look back into your life and understand where that has occurred. So where the first moment of you not trusting yourself, not loving yourself has occurred. Okay?
Yes, I will understand. I will look into these and complete.
Okay, so
Yes,
please,
thank you.
Aya, please make sure you keep an eye out for these ones that I've just mentioned for self-doubt, self-hate, self-denial, how to complete with these.
And also, as we go through the program, we'll be having various internalization exercise. And I request Akulaya for you to take every internalization exercise very seriously, because internalization exercise is very specific to you. When you look into your life, when you dig into your life, so all the internalization exercise is not general, it is specific for you. So take every internalization exercise sincerely. You will have so much of deep contemplation on yourself, so much of deep realization about yourself. And when you are aware of the things which are happening on you, you'll be able to take decisions.
Also, Aya, so today we are having Kalpataru, so manifesting your reality. So you can use this as the reality that you want to manifest. Obviously, not that you want depression or loneliness, but that you want to be free of these. And of course, we'll have a look at how to phrase this as well in terms of not mentioning the negative parts, as in loneliness and depression, because that only re-emphasizes the negative. So you can measure to be depression, yes, sorry. And we go through step by step, and one of these steps is removing the self-doubt, self-hate, self-denial. So we can actually do that today as part of this program. So let us go ahead now, so we can actually we actually have the time to get to it. Requesting everyone, let us get ready for the next segment. And the next segment for today's program is, just one moment.
Yes, and it's going to be on the introduction to the Kalpataru, revealing on Kalpataru, manifest reality. The word itself means wish-fulfilling tree. The wish that you want to manifest, the things which you want to manifest in you. So, Swamiji revealing on you, and also Akulaya, especially for you and all others, have the pen and paper with you. Write down the powerful cognition clicks that you receive from this revelation. So please come to the space of listening and let's begin.
Let me introduce the word Kalpataru. In Sanskrit, the literal translation, literal meaning, the Kalpataru word is Sanskrit word, Literal meaning is fulfilling your wishes. The tree which fulfills your wishes. Kalpataru means, kalpa means whatever you can visualize. Taru means the tree which fulfills it. Please understand. Fulfilling does not mean giving. There is a subtle difference. Many times, giving does not gives you fulfillment. If your desire is given, what you asked is given, the fulfillment doesn't happen. What for you asked, if that is provided, only then fulfillment happens. There is a subtle difference between what you ask and what for you ask. Many times, we achieve what we ask, but what for we ask is never achieved. I have seen people going through the depression of success. They achieve what they want: house, car, bank balance, relationship. They achieve all that. But what for they want to achieve, that they are not able to achieve. Whenever you wish for something, you always have a feeling, if I achieve this, I'll be settled. If I achieve this, I'll be settled. But after achieving that object, suddenly you realize you are not settled. You are not fulfilled. That's what I call depression of success. I've seen so many people, before achieving something, they think if I achieve that, I'll be completely fulfilled and settled. But after achieving, they are in opposite mood. Kalpadaru means which can fulfill your visualizations. Sometimes it may give what you want, sometimes it may take you beyond what you want. Fulfillment. In each one of us, that energy, the fulfillment is there. These are all, please understand, I am not repeating the same old things which you heard or read in books. When I am saying, I am responsible for it. But now, when I say, this fulfillment is inside you, I am responsible for my words. You can ask me. I am responsible for what I am talking. So please understand, I am not repeating from any book. I am not repeating from any theory. Whatever you listen from me, I am responsible for it. You can very clearly understand, I am responsible for what I am talking. The fulfillment is inside you. It is there. And we have experienced. Even now, rarely we experience. One big problem is, human beings when they walk, they leave their footprint. The birds don't leave their footprint. Same way, suffering leaves samskara, engram, memory in you. But fulfillment, which you experience in your life, rarely doesn't leave footprint, doesn't leave any memory inside you. That is why you don't remember the moments when you experienced fulfillment. But you can always recall the moments which you experienced suffering. The painful moments you can always recall and remember, recollect, cherish. That's what we are doing whole day. Whole day we are doing that only. Constantly we bring our past back. Actually, if you have any problem directly, any pain, suffering, we are very comfortable with the present moment. We think, oh, life is going as it should be. If nothing is there, if everything goes well, we feel empty and lonely. First thing, oh, if everything is going smooth today, tomorrow it is going to be a very bad day. That's our mind. Then, even if that is not satisfying, we bring all the old memories. See what happened to me a few days before. That shouldn't have happened. This shouldn't have happened. We cherish. In a way, we are habituated to cherish suffering. We are habituated to cherish pains. We are trained. We are enjoying. If they are not there, we are missing something. we feel lonely. They become our company. Fulfillment does not leave imprint, does not leave engram in us. It is a gap. First truth, whatever you may seek, you are behind fulfillment, directly or indirectly. Second thing, this is an important truth. Through objects, the fulfillment is never achieved. This is the second truth. All of you know. I don't need to give any explanation or any examples. All your lives are living examples for this truth. Just through objects, fulfillment is never achieved. If just through objects fulfillment is achieved, then in the whole world at least few should have achieved. There are so many people who achieved the status through money. Whatever can be bought, they have. They can have. Either they have or they can have. Through money, whatever can be achieved, either they have or they can have. At least that kind of people should have achieved fulfillment. It's not there. Means, just through objects, fulfillment is not achieved. That is, you are a living example for that truth. Almost everyone is living example for that truth. I want to share my experience, the third truth. When you travel towards fulfillment directly, when you seek fulfillment directly, please understand, it may look little illogical, but I am sharing the straight truth, my experience with you. When you seek the fulfillment directly, suddenly the energy which is overflowing in you, all the objects which you are seeking starts traveling towards you. That is what I say. That's why I say bliss attracts fortune. The tremendous energy overflowing in you, suddenly all the objects towards which you are traveling starts traveling towards you. You start attracting different energy towards your life. See, usually if you are depressed, if you are filled with sympathy, self-pity, suddenly you will see you will be attracting the people who are abusing you, who are disturbing you, disrespecting you. You will be attracting situations, everything very abusive, very disrespectful. You are carrying the blueprint of your life. Whatever blueprint you carry, you reproduce it, you expand it and express it in the outer world. If the blueprint changes, if you are different, if your quality of awareness differs, your whole life has to change. Anyhow, today we'll internalize these truths experientially by meditating. Seeking completely changes your consciousness. When you start seeking, yoga and kshema happens to you. In Gita, Krishna says, yoga kshemam vahamyaham. That is what he means. When the energy travel, the direction of your energies travel, when it changes, yoga and kshema starts happening in you. Yoga means achieving all the objects which you are seeking. Kshema means staying with them, or those objects staying with you. Both starts happening inside you when the seeking happens. That is what Krishna means. Yoga kshemam vahamyaham sarvadharman parityajya mamyega saranam vracha aham tva sarvabhavepyo mokshayikshami masuchaha. He says in the 18th chapter. When you drop all the way of living and completely surrender and relax, you will see you are completely liberated. Ordinarily it looks too egoistic. How can a man who walked on the earth can liberate? Of course, now you won't feel hurt because he's not in the physical body. But if somebody who's in the physical body says, this is too much. Anyhow, Another one sloka is Ananyas Chintayanto Mamyechana Pariyuvasate Desham Nityavayuktanam Yogakshemam Vahamyaham. Understand, when I repeat these two statements, I am responsible for it. I may be repeating, but I am responsible for both statements. When he says, Ananyas Chintayanto Mamyechana Pariyuvasate Desham Nityavayuktanam Yogakshemam Vahamyaham, by relaxing from everything else, if you are centered on me, when he says Krishna on me, it's not just 6-foot form, seeking. A deep seeking of higher consciousness. When you turn towards higher consciousness, the seeking, Yogakshemam Vahamyaham, he says, your needs, fulfillment is taken care by me. Please understand, it's truth. I have seen this truth not only in my life, thousands and thousands of my devotees and disciples' life who are seekers. When they turn towards seeking, the whole energy of the life becomes different. So these are the few truths I wanted you to remember. First thing, whatever you are seeking in your life, if you think wealth or love or relationship or anything you may seek, you are seeking fulfillment. Maybe indirectly, but you are seeking fulfillment. Second thing, through objects, fulfillment is not achieved. Third thing, when you seek the fulfillment directly, objects run behind you. World and the objects are just like the shadow. If you are running behind, you will never be able to catch it. If you are taking care of your responsibility, it will be there running behind you. So change the direction, you will see world is behind you. Just understand and internalize these few truths. You don't have to wait. Usually, people don't start connecting. They wait to be intellectually tortured. Now that is what is the right word. Going on, giving arguments, logic, this is nothing but intellectual torture. I request you, please don't wait to be intellectually tortured. I am straight away sharing the experiences and techniques and experience it. Experience doesn't need intellectually, to experience the truth, you don't need to be intellectually tortured. But we are not convinced, we don't want to settle down, we don't want to relax, we don't want to connect. Then nothing else can be done. I have to go on using all kinds of words. This one day, we don't have time to use too many words. I'll straight away present simple truths. Internalize it and start meditating. Start experiencing. Let me introduce the word Kalpadaru. In Sanskrit, the literal translation, literal meaning, the Kalpadaru word is Sanskrit word. Literal meaning is fulfilling your wishes, the tree which fulfills your wishes. Kalpataru means, kalpa means whatever you can visualize. Taru means the tree which fulfills it. Please understand. Fulfilling does not mean giving. There is a subtle difference. Many times, giving does not gives you fulfillment. If your desire is given, what you asked is given, the fulfillment doesn't happen. What for you asked, if that is provided, only then fulfillment happens. There is a subtle difference between what you ask and what for you ask. Many times, we achieve what we ask, but what for we ask is never achieved. I have seen people going through the depression of success. They achieve what they want, house, car, bank balance, relationship. They achieve all that. But what for they want to achieve, that they are not able to achieve. Whenever you wish for something, you always have a feeling, if I achieve this, I'll be settled. If I achieve this, I'll be settled. But after achieving that object, suddenly you realize you are not settled. You are not fulfilled. That's what I call depression of success. I've seen so many people, before achieving something, they think if I achieve that, I'll be completely fulfilled and settled. But after achieving, they are in opposite mood, completely opposite mood. You can see from your young age. The moment you start feeling the individual identity, you have some deep emptiness. From that moment, we feel a deep emptiness. First we think, if I am educated and I'll be settled in the life, that emptiness will disappear. After education, we think, no, if I am employed and if I am standing on my own, that emptiness will disappear. After that, we think, no, if I am married and have love in my life, that emptiness will disappear. After marriage, if I have kids and a family, the emptiness will disappear. After that, no, if I have a house and car, emptiness will disappear. After that, if my son stands on his own feet, emptiness will disappear. Then I think, if he gets married, I think I am settled. When he gets married, no. If I have my grandkids, I am settled. Till you settle down in the tomb, graveyard, we don't feel we are settled. That emptiness which starts the moment you feel the individual identity continues to drive your life crazy. It is continuously driving your life crazy. The big problem is, whatever people tell, you believe and start doing it. If somebody says, with money that emptiness will disappear, you run behind money. If somebody says, no, with good relationships, that emptiness will disappear, you start running behind. If somebody says, no, if you have a position in the society and security, the emptiness will disappear. Big problem is, you are running behind the goals set by the people who themselves have not experienced the fulfillment. They themselves have not experienced the fulfillment, but they are setting the goal. You are running behind that goal. That is what we call Maya. Maya means Yama iti Maya, which is not there, but which makes you run with fear and greed as if it is there. Yama iti Maya, in Sanskrit we say, which is not there, but which makes you continuously feel, which creates the responses of fear and greed in you as if it is there. We are running behind the goals set by the people who have not experienced fulfillment by themselves. Kalpadaru means which can fulfill your visualizations. Sometimes it may give what you want, sometimes it may take you beyond what you want. Fulfillment. In each one of us, that energy, the fulfillment is there. These are all, please understand, I am not repeating the same old things which you heard or read in books. When I am saying, I am responsible for it. Just few days before, in one meeting, somebody asked me about, in Chennai there was a program in MMA, Madras Management Association. They asked me something about Krishna. They asked me that the whole Krishna's life seems to be filled with cunningness and strategy and politics. You want us to imitate that. I told him, first, your understanding about Krishna is wrong. Second thing, even if it is right, I am not responsible for his behavior. And I am not responsible for his words. But now, when I say this fulfillment is inside you, I am responsible for my words. You can ask me. I am responsible for what I am talking. So please understand, I am not repeating from any book. I am not repeating from any theory. Whatever you listen from me, I am responsible for it. You can very clearly understand, I am responsible for what I am talking. The fulfillment is inside you. It is there. And we have experienced. Even now, rarely we experience. One big problem is, human beings when they walk, they leave their footprint. The birds don't leave their footprint. Same way, suffering leaves samskara, engram, memory in you. But fulfillment, which you experience in your life, rarely doesn't leave footprint, doesn't leave any memory inside you. That is why you don't remember the moments when you experienced fulfillment. But you can always recall the moments which you experienced suffering. The painful moments you can always recall and remember, recollect, cherish. That's what we are doing whole day. Whole day we are doing that only. Constantly we bring our past back. Actually, if you have any problem directly, any pain, suffering, we are very comfortable with the present moment. We think, oh, life is going as it should be. If nothing is there, if everything goes well, we feel empty and lonely. First thing, oh, if everything is going smooth today, tomorrow it is going to be a very bad day. That's our mind. Then, even if that is not satisfying, we bring all the old memories. See what happened to me a few days before. That shouldn't have happened. This shouldn't have happened. We cherish. In a way, we are habituated to cherish suffering. We are habituated to cherish pains. We are trained. We are enjoying. If they are not there, we are missing something. We feel lonely. They become our company. Fulfillment does not leave imprint, does not leave engram in us. It is a gap. See, if your mind is a shaft, it's a continuous chain, fulfillment is the moment where there is a gap. So that you can't recall the gaps. You can't remember gaps. You can't cherish the gaps. That is why we remember only the pains, sufferings. We are not able to recall, relish, enjoy, cherish the blissful moments, fulfilled moments. But please understand, if there is no fulfilled moments in your life, by now you would have committed suicide. There are moments where you are fulfilled, you are relaxed, you are settled. Only thing, your mind doesn't allow you to remember it, recall it. And another one big problem is, the fulfillment happens in you as an accident. You do not know the science of recreating it. You do not know the science of reproducing it. It happens as an accident. Sometime you are working for this, suddenly something else happens and you feel fulfilled. You don't know why it happened. You don't know the chemistry of fulfillment. All I am trying to share with you in this one day is chemistry of fulfillment, the science of fulfillment, where you can bring this moment of fulfillment again and again at your wish. Whenever you want, bringing that fulfilled feeling to your consciousness and cherishing, relaxing into it. I can say this is the ultimate spiritual truth or spiritual science. Bringing that fulfilled feeling again and again to your inner space and relaxing into it. I want you to know few truths. First thing, whatever you are seeking in your life, whether it is money, name and fame, or position, or power, or love, whatever it may be, you are traveling towards fulfillment. It's a fulfillment you are seeking. Beautifully Chandogya Upanishad says, wife is not loved just because she's a wife. husband is not respected just because he is husband. There is something more they are adding to your life. Because of that, they are respected. She adds love. He adds security. That's the reason they are respected and loved. If that love and respect, love and secure feeling, if that is not added, naturally you don't respect, you don't love that person. The relationship breaks. Money also. Money gives you more freedom, more choices. You can choose between sufferings. With poverty, you don't have choice. Your suffering is restricted. With money, you have more choice of sufferings. You can choose between many suffering. Anything you love, anything you want, expands you, gives you more freedom, gives you more choice, gives you more possibility. That is the reason you are behind it. So anything you ask, anything you want, directly, indirectly, it leads you to fulfillment. It leads you to fulfillment. That is the reason you are seeking it. You are working for it. First truth, whatever you may seek, you are behind fulfillment, directly or indirectly. Second thing, this is an important truth. Through objects, the fulfillment is never achieved. This is the second truth. All of you know. I don't need to give any explanation or any examples. All your lives are living examples for this truth. Just through objects, fulfillment is never achieved. If just through objects fulfillment is achieved, then in the whole world at least few should have achieved. There are so many people who achieved the status through money. Whatever can be bought, they have. They can have. Either they have or they can have. Through money, whatever can be achieved, either they have or they can have. At least that kind of people should have achieved fulfillment. It's not there. Means, just through objects, fulfillment is not achieved. That is, you are a living example for that truth. Almost everyone is living example for that truth. I want to share my experience, the third truth. When you travel towards fulfillment directly, when you seek fulfillment directly, please understand, it may look little illogical, but I am sharing the straight truth, my experience with you. When you seek the fulfillment directly, suddenly the energy which is overflowing in you, all the objects which you are seeking starts traveling towards you. That's what I say. That's why I say bliss attracts fortune. The tremendous energy overflowing in you, suddenly all the objects towards which you are traveling starts traveling towards you. You start attracting different energy towards your life. See, usually if you are depressed, if you are filled with sympathy, self-pity, suddenly you will see you will be attracting the people who are abusing you, who are disturbing you, disrespecting you. You will be attracting situations, everything very abusive, very disrespectful. You are carrying the blueprint of your life. Whatever blueprint you carry, you reproduce it, you expand it and express it in the outer world. If the blueprint changes, if you are different, if your quality of awareness differs, your whole life has to change. Please understand. If you are seeking, what you are seeking, there is a very subtle truth. Very subtle truth I want you to understand. If the object of your seeking is changed, if the object of your seeking is deepened, the seeker's quality is deepened. Please understand, it's a very subtle truth. What you are seeking in your life, if that has changed, the seeker's quality, your very consciousness changes. What you are seeking in your life directly plays a role in your consciousness. I have seen, if people have become spiritual seekers, suddenly wealth accumulates around them. Many people come and complain to me. No, Swamiji, after I became seeker, I lose interest in the outer world, my business. I tell them, no, something seriously wrong in you. Your suppressed laziness now wants to take over you. All of us have suppressed laziness. Many times we want to take a vacation, especially when you see a palace like this. Suddenly you think, I should go and stay like this in a resort like this for a few days. You have suppressed desire for vacation, the laziness, that takes over you. That you call it as spirituality or seeking. No. When a real seeking starts in you, when you are really clear about your seeking goal, suddenly you see your personality becomes deep. Anything you look, anything you see, anything you experience become deep. Please understand. I have seen in my experience, the seeking transforms the seeker. I am not even saying achieving. Achieving is secondary. Achieving is the ultimate luxury, the great joy, that is different. I am not even talking about achieving. I am talking about just seeking. Just simple seeking. Suddenly your whole personality becomes deep. A different depth is experienced by your personality. Actually, when you fall in love, suddenly you will see that you start sacrificing beyond the imagination or limits you conceived. Lover, beloved, is a person who awakens the sacrifice dimension which is inside you but which is not known to you. Who awakens that dimension is a beloved. Same way, master is a person who awakens the seeking dimensions which is inside you which is not known to you. When the dimension is awakened, suddenly you see you are totally different. Your consciousness is different. You attract love, wealth, health, everything. And the cognitive shift happens in you. Just 2 days before we had a satsang in Mysore. This is the subject. I was talking about living enlightenment. The essence is this. Whatever I was speaking that day, today we will see all the truths experientially. We will internalize it through meditation. That day we didn't have time. We didn't have time even for question answer. I had to finish answering 4-5 questions. There were many questions. I had to finish answering few questions. Anyhow, today we'll internalize these truths experientially by meditating. Seeking completely changes your consciousness. When you start seeking, yoga and kshema happens to you. In Gita, Krishna says, yoga kshemam vahamyaham. That is what he means. When the energy travel, the direction of your energies travel, when it changes, yoga and kshema starts happening in you. Yoga means achieving all the objects which you are seeking. Kshema means staying with them, or those objects staying with you. Both starts happening inside you when the seeking happens. That is what Krishna means. Yoga kshemam vahamyaham sarvadharman parityajya mamyega saranam vracha aham tva sarvabhavepyo mokshayikshami masuchaha. He says in the 18th chapter. When you drop all the way of living and completely surrender and relax, you will see you are completely liberated. Ordinarily it looks too egoistic. How can a man who walked on the earth can liberate? Of course, now you won't feel hurt because he's not in the physical body. But if somebody who's in the physical body says, this is too much. Anyhow, another one sloka says, Ananyas chintayanto mamyechana pariyuvasate desham nityavayuktanam yogakshemam vahamyaham. Understand, when I repeat these two statements, I am responsible for it. I may be repeating, but I am responsible for both statements. When he says, Ananyas chintayanto mamyechana pariyuvasate desham nityavayuktanam yogakshemam vahamyaham, by relaxing from everything else, if you are centered on me, when he says Krishna on me, it's not just 6-foot form, seeking. A deep seeking of higher consciousness. When you turn towards higher consciousness, the seeking, yogakshemam vahamyaham, he says, your needs, fulfillment is taken care by me. Please understand, it's truth. I have seen this truth not only in my life, thousands and thousands of my devotees and disciples' life who are seekers. When they turn towards seeking, the whole energy of the life becomes different. So these are the few truths I wanted you to remember. First thing, whatever you are seeking in your life, if you think wealth or love or relationship or anything you may seek, you are seeking fulfillment. Maybe indirectly, but you are seeking fulfillment. Second thing, through objects, fulfillment is not achieved. Third thing, when you seek the fulfillment directly, objects run behind you. World and the objects are just like the shadow. If you are running behind, you will never be able to catch it. If you are taking care of your responsibility, it will be there running behind you. So change the direction, you will see world is behind you. Just understand and internalize these few truths. We'll enter into the meditation technique to internalize these concepts, to awaken the seeking. Please understand, anything you seek, maybe I can give this simple technique, you will really experience and find out what you are seeking for. For example, if you are working now to achieve some desire, why are you working? To achieve something, not just to get your food and stay. Most of you don't have to work just for food and stay. You are working active, still alive for something else. See, when that happens to you, when you achieve that, how your mind is behaving, how your mind is suddenly shifting. Just experience 2-3 times what you want. When you experience what happens inside you, suddenly you will see you are not seeking what you are seeking. You are not seeking what you think you are seeking. If you think you are seeking just relationships or money or some comfort or anything, when you achieve that, just see how you feel. Suddenly you will see. Just 2-3 times, be aware when you experience what you wanted. You will understand what you are really seeking for. All of us, whether you want or not, whether you understand or not, directly or indirectly, seeking a feeling of fulfillment, which you lost when you started feeling individual identity. By the age of 10 or 11, usually the person starts feeling an individual identity. From that time only, you start feeling that unfulfillment. From that moment, we are seeking only that back. So many times I see the same kind of disturbing situations come in my life. Means you are carrying the blueprint of that. Straight away you are responsible. Nobody else is responsible. If it's an accident, even for accident we are only responsible. To tell you honestly, even for accident, we attract accidents. Please understand, I am not insensitive towards your suffering I'm not talking irresponsibly. I'm talking responsibly. Even your accidents, you are attracting. You may say, how can it be, Swamiji? I was driving in right lane, that fellow came and dashed. How can you say that I am attracting? So, as you say, so many times I see the same kind of disturbing situations to come in my life. We are responsible. Change the blueprint. It may take little time and energy, but you have to. It is just like if you become overweight, if you put on weight, you work for 6 months to reduce and bring it to balance. Same way, you accumulated too much of samskara, too much of engrams. So work for 6 months, take it as a project. That's all. But the problem is weight everybody can see, so you feel compelled to reduce. The engrams nobody can see, so you think, oh, I am okay, I am comfortable, it's okay. That's the only problem. But take it as a project. That's the only way. Let me introduce the word Kalpadaru. In Sanskrit, the literal translation, literal meaning, the Kalpadaru word is Sanskrit word. Literal meaning is fulfilling your wishes, the tree which fulfills your wishes. Kalpataru means, kalpa means whatever you can visualize. Taru means the tree which fulfills it. Please understand.
Nitya Narayana Govinda Madhava, Nitya Narayana Govinda Keshava, Nitya Narayana Govinda Madhava, Nitya Narayana Govinda Keshava, Nitya Narayana Govinda Madhava, Nitya Narayana Govinda Keshava. Nitya Narayana Govinda Madhava, Nitya Narayana Govinda Keshava, Nitya Narayana Govinda Madhava, Nitya Narayana Govinda Keshava, Nitya Narayana Govinda Madhava, Nitya Narayana Govinda Keshava. Nitya Narayana Govinda Madhava, Nitya Narayana Govinda Keshava, Nitya Narayana Govinda Madhava, Nitya Narayana Govinda Keshava, Nitya Narayana Govinda Madhava, Nitya Narayana Govinda Keshava. Nityanarayana Govinda Madhava, Nityanarayana Govinda Keshava, Nityanarayana Govinda Madhava, Nityanarayana Govinda Keshava, Nityanarayana Govinda Madhava, Nityanarayana Govinda Keshava. Nityanarayana Govinda Madhava, Nityanarayana Govinda Keshava, Nityanarayana Govinda Madhava, Nityanarayana Govinda Keshava, Nityanarayana Govinda Madhava, Nityanarayana Govinda Keshava. Nityanarayana Govinda Madhava, Nityanarayana Govinda Keshava, Nityanarayana Govinda Madhava, Nityanarayana Govinda Keshava, Nityanarayana Govinda Madhava, Nityanarayana Govinda Keshava. Nityanarayana Govinda Madhava, Nityanarayana Govinda Keshava, Nityanarayana Govinda Madhava, Nityanarayana Govinda Keshava, Nityanarayana Govinda Madhava, Nityanarayana Govinda Keshava.
Yes, welcome back. So that was wonderful introduction from the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism to Kalpataru. So introduction to Kalpataru. Were exactly on what you were asking earlier in terms of depression, so feeling these feelings of depression, what we talked about just before the session itself. If you have further questions, do let us know. But I think Sanjay has been pretty thorough in the explanation, the examples that he's given. All right, so now let us move on to the next segment, which is on what is Kalpataru. So we'll be entering into an internalization exercise.
Yeah. First, to manifest what we desire, to manifest our intention, first, let us start writing our goal for today. So what is that one thing that we are going to manifest today? as we said before, we are sitting under a kalpataru tree. But are we asking for the right things? Are we asking for them in the right way? Now we will look deeply into these two things, how to ask for the right things in the right way. Let us first start with one desire. Today we will work only on one desire. So take your notebook and write down one desire that you want to work on today. Please do not pick more than one. We are learning the science of manifestation today. So once we have manifested, once we have experienced that the science is working, naturally we can manifest however many things we would like. So let us start with one thing and one thing alone. It should be something that matters to you, something that you really want to manifest, that you would stick to and bring it to the end, bring it until it manifests. So see what is there in your life that is actually important enough.
And also, Swamiji says, so there are a couple of different things. There's what you desire, and there's also what for you desire. So the reason why you desire what you desire. So have a think in terms of that, because what is manifested is what for you desire. So you might not get exactly what you say you desire, because it's not what for you desired. So the key issue, so Akul Lala, we were talking earlier in terms of the real thing that we need, that we seek, the true thing we seek is bliss. So you might ask for certain desires, looking for bliss, looking for attention, looking for love outside. But the manifestation is towards the inside, because that's the true thing, what you're seeking. So what for your desire? You desire to reconnect yourself to bliss, to feel that space of bliss, to feel in bliss. It is our natural state. So the manifestation itself will be closer to that, as opposed to what you say you desire. So as we said, pick something that is important enough, so that way you won't later say, hey, I should have said this, I should have picked something else, I wish I had picked something else. Also pick something that you have been working towards. So Akulala, we're talking about depression, talking about loneliness. So you can pick that to be free of loneliness, to be free of depression. So you can pick that, we spoke about this earlier, so you can pick that something that you have been working towards, something that has been difficult or has been a struggle for you to achieve, which of course you mentioned for the past 2 years you've had these issues.
Yes, as you're noting down what you want to manifest, make sure you write it in a positive way. So don't write, I don't want to be sick anymore. I don't want to be depressed anymore. Write it in a positive way. I want to be healthy. I want to be joyful and fulfilled. Something that is actually tangible. Understand that whenever you phrase something in a negative way, so for example, I do not want to be sick, you're giving energy to the word sick also. So you are working towards it, but you're feeding the wrong wolf. You're feeding that which you actually want to get over. So instead, look for a positive verbalization. For everything that you might want to overcome, there is a positive verbalization. Understand, when you internally, even if you remember it, if you just remember disease, 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 even if you're working to overcome it, you're bringing so much energy to that disease. If you're focused on health, and you're working towards it, you're not even paying the attention towards the disease. You're looking into all the things that promote health.
So this is very much along the same way as I was saying in terms of perception. So you can choose to see the bad qualities in people. You can choose to see the good qualities in people. It's all about perception. If you choose to see the negative, you will live. That will be your reality. You will live the negative. If you choose to see the good qualities, the good things, you will live these qualities, the positive qualities.
Yes, so let us start. Requesting everyone to find that one thing that you're going to manifest today. And as you mentioned before, don't worry. Once you learn the science, you can apply it to anything in your life. So let us take this time, be sincere, and manifest an experience today so that we have the confidence to continue playing with this power even afterwards and manifest our reality as we want. Let's begin.
Yes, you can relax now. So, writing your goal for today. So, has everyone got their goal for today? So, requesting everyone, we have Ma Trinatikananda, we have Ma Marie Istel Dasana, we have Akul Lal Aya, and we have Ma Ling Ling Du, as well as Ma Susan in LA, in Los Angeles, PSN room. Requesting everyone, let us know if you've got your goal down. So what you wish to achieve, what you wish to do, what you desire to make into reality. So can I have a thumbs up, or just let us know a yes, nod of the head, or something similar? Requesting everyone, please let us know whether you have your goal, your desire for today.
Yes, also on YouTube. You can just let us know, give a thumbs up that you have written down your goal for today, settled on that one thing that you're going to manifest today. And then we can enter into the science. Somebody has given the introduction of Kalpataru, but now we are going to enter into various processes. Yes, goal set. I love spiritual enlightenment.
Yes, thank you very much. Thank you for sharing.
Thank you so much.
All right, so now let us get ready for the next segments. And the next segments will be we'll be hearing first of all how to have the right listening in this program, how to have the right listening to the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism. So how to give the right listening, the right awareness, the space of awareness to the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism.
Yes, in Vedanta, there are 3 steps to mastering any science. First is Shravana, which is authentic listening, listening completely, without any impressions beforehand, without any opinion. You receive the attention, then you can digest it, and then you can apply. The second step is manana, internalization. So once you have the new science that you want to manifest in your life, then you need to apply it to your life, to your inner space, your experience, your knowledge, digest it and make it your own. And nidhyasana means radiating. So naturally, after you digest the truth, it will become a part of you and you will start radiating automatically. So the first step to mastering anything is listening.
Yes, so following on from the how to listen to the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, we'll be moving on to what is Kalpataru and a question and answer segment on Kalpataru itself. The question and answer on Kalpataru and how to manifest your reality. All right, so let us get ready. Let us sit comfortably with the head, neck, and spine in a straight line. Let us come to the space of listening, and let us begin.
Let me introduce the word Kalpataru. In Sanskrit, the literal translation, literal meaning, the Kalpataru word is Sanskrit word. Literal meaning is fulfilling your wishes, the tree which fulfills your wishes. Kalpataru means, kalpa means whatever you can visualize. Taru means the tree which fulfills it. Please understand. Fulfilling does not mean giving. There is a subtle difference.
Please be very clear, there is a big difference between these 3. Recollect, repeat, remember. The other 2 are intellectual. Remembrance is something deep level. You will remember the essence. What I said. You will be remembering me. You will be remembering my being. Not a single word. If you follow, if you live, if you memorize these words, they are not going to help you for long. Either today or tomorrow they have to be forgotten. They will be forgotten. But if you remember, if you carry an energy, if you carry a meaning in your being, that will continuously, permanently transform your life. There is no need to remember that. Just allow, just sit in a relaxed way, as if you are chatting to your friend. Just participate, go on making some comments, listen with your life, listen with the life. Just if you listen in that way, the right listening will happen. Identity working, there is no need that you should go and work out. It's not some project I am giving you to go and work out. It is some deep experiences I am sharing with you. If you know that if I touch fire, I will touch one. Will you have practice of Dīkṣā? If you know this clearly, do you tell them, I have now got the truth. Now you will practice this for 10 days, then only I will come to the conclusion that if I touch the fire, I will get burned. Then afterwards I will stop touching. Can you hear that? If the things are clear, you will be directly experiencing. Truth is there. Only when you listen from a direct person, you don't need any practice. That's enough. The Shravana is enough. The Chandogya Upanishad beautifully is. The master is telling to say, Svedaketu. Tattvamasi Svedaketu, Tattvamasi. Tattvamasi Svedaketu, Tattvamasi. 9 times it says that Tattvamasi. You are that. The listening is enough. Yes, they got the experience. It can spiritually elevated. They are attaining the spiritual experience just by listening. There is no need to undergo any practice. Listening is more than enough. The Shravana, the right Shravana, right listening will be more than enough. There is no need for anything else. That's not saying you will not go and practice meditation. You will go and practice. You will go and practice. But you will not be forcing yourself to practice. Just it will be happening. Whatever you do is not worth doing. Whatever happens is only allow. Only allow it. If it happens in your life, then only it is allowed. It is worth. It is working. If you have to do, it's not working at all. So, just listen with the open heart, open being. I will crash your intellect. When you are crashed intellectually, you will fall into the eyes of the heart. I will there holding you. The energy with which I am delivering these words, the authenticity with which I am giving you these words, that energy will be holding you. That is more than enough. There is no need, there is no other extra preparations, there is no other extra plans are needed to work out these things. It is more than enough.
Swamiji is a seeker. If a seeker has a tremendous pull towards his goal, as you said, he or she would sacrifice anything beyond imagination to achieve his or her goal. But if there are strong obstacle in his way, the seeker gets helpless. How would you pull him out? You said trust whatever I say. Swamiji, please explain. Out of you, I'm not able to understand what he... Manisha, what did you mean by this question? Seeker has a tremendous pull towards his goal. I think you are meaning some particular situation. If you write a little more elaborate on this question, I can answer, because if a seeker has a tremendous pull towards his goal, as you said, he or she would sacrifice anything beyond imagination to achieve his or her goal. But if there are strong obstacles in his way, there is no such thing as strong obstacles. It is just the mind playing two games. You see, one time mind says this one, and other time mind says this one, and please be seated. People come and complain to me. Swamiji, in all spiritual organizations, so much politics is there. In your organization also politics is there. What to do? I tell them, to create politics, you don't need two people. One person is enough. Morning you will be in one mood, evening you will be in another one mood. So politics between himself. See, what he does morning, evening will be contradicting. So to create politics, you don't need two person. One person is enough. So anywhere single individual is there, politics will be there. So already moon politics started. Already in moon, politics has started. So understand, to do politics, you don't need two person. It's the internal politics. So even this question is related to that only. Morning your mind says something is important in your life, and evening your mind says something else is important. That is what you call obstacles. There is no such thing as obstacles. There is no such thing as obstacles. It is your priority. That's all. And your emotional strength to fulfill your priority. Emotional readiness to live your priority. That's all is there. Otherwise there is no obstacle. Obstacle word is just, there are so many words, meaningless, but commonly given meaning because of our hypocrisy. Same with the gap between the efficiency and victory, achievement. There is no gap. Because of our hypocrisy, we don't want to believe we don't have efficiency. We know we have not achieved the result, but we don't want to believe we are the responsible for it. So we always say, no, for my efficiency, for my skills, I should have been somewhere. God has punished me. All these are usual statements we use to hide our inefficiency. So these words like gap between the efficiency and success and these obstacles, all these words are just meaningless. How to know what our soul is searching for? Please understand, anything you seek, maybe I can give this simple technique, you will really experience and find out what you are seeking for. For example, if you are working now to achieve some desire, why are you working? To achieve something, not just to get your food and stay. Most of you don't have to work just for food and stay. You are working active, still alive for something else. See, when that happens to you, when you achieve that, how your mind is behaving, how your mind is suddenly shifting. Just experience 2-3 times what you want. When you experience what happens inside you, suddenly you will see you are not seeking what you are seeking. You are not seeking what you think you are seeking. If you think you are seeking just relationships or money or some comfort or anything, when you achieve that, just see how you feel. Suddenly you will see. Just 2-3 times, be aware when you experience what you wanted. You will understand what you are really seeking for. All of us, whether you want or not, whether you understand or not, directly or indirectly, seeking a feeling of fulfillment, which you lost when you started feeling individual identity. By the age of 10 or 11, usually the person starts feeling an individual identity. From that time only, you start feeling that unfulfillment. From that moment, we are seeking only that back. So many times I see the same kind of disturbing situations come in my life. Means you are carrying the blueprint of that. Straight away you are responsible. Nobody else is responsible. If it's an accident, even for accident we are only responsible. To tell you honestly, even for accident, we attract accidents. Please understand, I am not insensitive towards your suffering. I am not talking irresponsibly. I am talking responsibly. Even your accidents, you are attracting. You may say, how can it be, Swamiji? I was driving in the right lane, that fellow came and dashed. How can you say that I am attracting? Please understand, there is no effect without cause. There can't be anything without your silent permission. In the inner space, all of us, see, whenever after a certain incident, the result is liked by you, you call it as miracle and you are responsible. If that aftermath is not as you feel comfortable or connected or happy, then you say it is accident and you are not responsible. That's a drama we play. It's just hypocrisy. Whether you like or not, understand or not, it's a very deep but truth. Even your accidents, we attract. We attract our accidents. I can quote many incidents. Even the one incident can quote. Many times you would have heard from this from me. Because I'm seeing 70% are regular devotees. Only 30% I'm seeing new faces. But at least for the 30%, I'll repeat this incident. This happened in USA. One 4 or 5-year-old child was brought to me for autism to heal. Child was having autism. So they brought the kid to heal. He was born and brought up in Telugu family, settled in USA. They brought the child and they asked me, Swamiji, please heal the child. And he's suffering. He can't talk. And disturbed child. I put my hand on the head and started healing. The moment the energy started entering his system, he started speaking straight away in Tamil, not even in Telugu. They say, impossible, Swamiji. The whole family says, none of us know Tamil. Neither our relatives or none of us know Tamil. And he is very clearly speaking. First of all, he can't speak. He is speaking in Tamil. He says, in singular he said, not even with respect, remove your hand. He told me in Tamil, Kaiye edra. In singular. I was shocked. I was really shocked. First thing, I was shocked because he was able to speak. Second thing, he is speaking a very clear, fluent Tamil. And in singular. I was shocked. I thought maybe he possessed some spirit or ghost. Even then, usually spirits don't stand in front of an enlightened energy. I was completely taken aback and I asked, who is speaking? May I know? That guy said, don't you understand? I am the owner of this body. Don't think I am ghost or some spirit. I am owner of this body. I am speaking. Remove your hand. First remove the hand and then we will talk. He was very strong. I said, why? Don't you understand? I am healing you. Why do you want me to remove the hand? He says, I don't want to be healed. I want to live like this. I was shocked. I asked, why? What made you to take this decision? He says, I am tired of living a responsible routine life. Taking bath, going to college, going to office, and I am tired of this responsible life. There is nothing. So I decided one life I will enjoy without any responsibility. I want others to take care of me. People to attend me. I was shocked. Now see, really, after the IT invention, IT civilization, that's what I have to use, that is the word I have to use. After this IT revolution only, the artistic child have become more. Because people are tired of working 24 hours. What will you do? Unnecessarily creating infrastructure without enjoying. Now, I am not saying reduce GDP. No. I am saying learn how to live also. You will actually be more productive, more creative, and you will be enjoying also. I have seen these countries too much oriented towards working. Those countries are suffering tremendously with depression and this kind of kids. Because souls are becoming tired of working. They said two lifetime we worked as a IT software professional. Now let me become artistic child. No, really. I don't want to work anymore. These kids are taking this kind of decision. Anyhow, if you understand little deep mystic truths, you may understand what I am saying. But the incident itself is truth. Please understand. The incident I am reporting as it happened, without mixing anything, without adding or reducing. I may be giving my commentary, my interpretation, but incident itself happened as it is. Let me finish the incident. Then I asked him, all right, you wanted to rest and live an irresponsible life. Okay, but what about your parents? They are good people. They are suffering. Why did you take birth to them? They are very good people. He says, I took birth to this couple because they are very good people. They will take care of me. Somebody else may put me in some residential school or somewhere else. They may put me in some residential houses, homes, to be taken care. I know these people are good people. That's why took birth in their family. Actually, usually, whatever you read intellectually, here as an intellectual truth, sometimes some incident will make that as a reality, experience. Some incident suddenly will make the truth as a click in your life. Something will click. You know, God, what that Swami said or what that book says is true. You will experience. Same way, I have read many places. You are authority of your life. You make decisions. All these things I have read. When you take birth, you choose your parents. All those things I have read in many Upanishads and books. To tell you honestly, I don't believe whatever I read. I may tell others to believe, but I don't believe. I don't believe. But when this happened, it was such a strong click for me. I know. Now I know. Experientially. Now whatever I am saying, you may not believe, but my experience, I have seen. When I removed the hand, again that fellow is dumb. He is not able to speak. Not only he is not speaking Tamil, he can't speak a single word. If I put the hand again on his head and ask any question, he answers. It's my experience. Shocking, mystical, but truth is very clear. When he speaks, very clearly he is uttering the words. Only thing he is uttering in a singular abusive language. Because he is very tired. Retired, he wants just retirement. Tired, want to retire, irritated, stressed, but doesn't know how to retire eternally. How to retire. So, instead of, for example, if I want to leave this space, I can just get up and walk. Instead, trying to commit suicide. Unnecessary. That's what the child has done. That's what the child has done. If he wants to rest, he can just relax by reducing the engrams, samskaras. But he doesn't know the technique. So he reduces the expression part. He reduces the possibilities of expression. Like taking birth as a physically or mentally handicapped child. Please understand, if you are also piling up stress and unable to handle the life in a balanced way, there is every chance you will take this kind of decisions. So don't wait to meditate. Don't wait to get rid of the stress. Don't wait to get rid of the emotional pains. Don't wait to heal yourself. It is time. Now I am not threatening you. I am not threatening. I am just sharing my experience. Anyhow, this incident taught me a great truth. Even if it is an accident, we are responsible. Many times when people ask me, Swamiji, you say it's our karma, we are responsible. But how about kids having cancer? 5-6-year-old kids having cancer, having diseases. How can they be responsible? What sin they have committed? Now I know the answer. Now I know the answer. That incident, it was a real strong click. Very strong click. Whether you want or not, understand or not, we are responsible. We attract. Anything in our life, we attract, we are responsible for it. So, as you say, so many times I see the same kind of disturbing situations to come in my life. We are responsible. Change the blueprint. It may take little time and energy, but you have to. It is just like if you become overweight, if you put on weight, you work for 6 months to reduce and bring it to balance. Same way, you accumulated too much of samskara, too much of engrams. So work for 6 months, take it as a project. That's all. But the problem is weight everybody can see, so you feel compelled to reduce. The engrams nobody can see, so you think, oh, I am okay, I am comfortable, it's okay. That's the only problem. But take it as a project. That's the only way. Seeker has a tremendous pull towards school. I think you are meaning some particular situation. If you write a little more elaborate on this question, I can answer, because if a seeker has a tremendous pull towards his goal, as you said, he or she would sacrifice anything beyond imagination to achieve his or her goal. But if there are strong obstacles in his way, there is no such thing as strong obstacles. It is just the mind playing two games, you see. One time mind says this one, and other time mind says this one, and please be seated. People come and complain to me. Swamiji, in all spiritual organizations, so much politics is there. In your organization also politics is there. What to do? I tell them, to create politics you don't need two people. One person is enough. Morning you will be in one mood, evening you will be in another one mood. So politics between himself. See, what he does morning, evening will be contradicting. So to create politics, you don't need two persons. One person is enough. So anywhere single individual is there, politics will be there. So already moon politics started. Already in moon, politics has started. So understand, to do politics, you don't need two persons. It's the internal politics. So even this question is related to that only. Morning your mind says something is important in your life, and evening your mind says something else is important. That is what you call obstacles. There is no such thing as obstacles. There is no such thing as obstacles. It is your priority. That's all. And your emotional strength to fulfill your priority. Emotional readiness to live your priority. That's all is the. Otherwise there is no obstacle. Obstacle word is just, there are so many words, meaningless, but commonly given meaning because of our hypocrisy. Same with the gap between the efficiency and victory, achievement. There is no gap. Because of our hypocrisy, we don't want to believe we don't have efficiency. We know we have not achieved the result, but we don't want to believe we are the responsible for it. So we always say, no, for my efficiency, for my skills, I should have been somewhere. God has punished me. All these are usual statements we use to hide our inefficiency. So these words like gap between the efficiency and success and these obstacles, all these words are just meaningless. Please understand, there's no effect without cause. There can't be anything without your silent permission. In the inner space, all of us, see, whenever after a certain incident, the result is liked by you, you call it as miracle and you are responsible. If that aftermath is not as you feel comfortable or connected or happy, then you say it is accident and you are not responsible. That's a drama we play. It's just hypocrisy. Whether you like or not, understand or not, it's a very deep but truth. Even your accidents, we attract. We attract our accidents. I can quote many incidents. Even the One incident can quote. Many times you would have heard this from me, because I'm seeing 70% are regular devotees. Only 30% I'm seeing new faces. But at least for the 30%, I'll repeat this incident. This happened in USA. One 4 or 5-year-old child was brought to me for autism, to heal. Child was having autism, so they brought the kid to heal. He was born and brought up in Telugu family, settled in USA. They brought the child and they asked me, Swamiji, please heal the child. And he's suffering. He can't talk, and disturbed child. I put my hand on the head and started healing. The moment the energy started entering his system, he started speaking straight away in Tamil, not even in Telugu. They say, impossible, Swamiji. The whole family says, none of us know Tamil. Neither our relatives or none of us know Tamil. And he is very clearly speaking. First of all, he can't speak. He is speaking in Tamil. He says, in singular he said, not even with respect, remove your hand. He told me in Tamil, Kaiye edra, in singular. I was shocked. I was really shocked. First thing, I was shocked because he was able to speak. Second thing, he's speaking a very clear, fluent Tamil, and in singular. I was shocked. I thought maybe he's possessed some spirit or ghost. Even then, usually spirits don't stand in front of an enlightened energy. I was completely taken aback and I asked, who is speaking? May I know? That guy said, don't you understand? I am the owner of this body. Don't think I am ghost or some spirit. I am owner of this body. I am speaking. Remove your hand. First remove the hand and then we will talk. He was very strong. I said, why? Don't you understand? I am healing you. Why do you want me to remove the hand? He says, I don't want to be healed. I want to live like this. I was shocked. I asked, why? What made you to take this decision? He says, I am tired of living a responsible routine life. Taking bath, going to college, going to office, and I am tired of this responsible life. There is nothing. So I decided one life I will enjoy without any responsibility. I want others to take care of me. People to attend me. I was shocked. Now see, really, after the IT invention, IT civilization, that's what I have to use, that is the word I have to use. After this IT revolution only, the artistic child have become more. Because people are tired of working 24 hours. What will you do? Unnecessarily creating infrastructure without enjoying. Now, I am not saying reduce GDP. No. I am saying learn how to live also. You will actually be more productive, more creative, and you will be enjoying also. I have seen these countries too much oriented towards working. Those countries are suffering tremendously with depression and this kind of kids. Because souls are becoming tired of working. They say two lifetime we worked as a IT software professional, now let me become artistic child. No, really, I don't want to work anymore. These kids are taking this kind of decision. Anyhow, if you understand little deep mystic truths, you may understand what I am saying. But the incident itself is truth. Please understand. The incident I am reporting as it happened, without mixing anything, without adding or reducing. I may be giving my commentary, my interpretation, but incident itself happened as it is. Let me finish the incident. Then I asked him, all right, you wanted to rest and live an irresponsible life. Okay. But what about your parents? They are good people. They are suffering. Why did you take birth to them? They are very good people. He says, I took birth to this couple because they are very good people. They will take care of me. Somebody else may put me in some residential school or somewhere else. They may put me in some residential houses, homes. to be taken care. I know these people are good people, that's why took birth in their family. Actually, usually, whatever you read intellectually, here as an intellectual truth, sometimes some incident will make that as a reality, experience. Some incident suddenly will make the truth as a click in your life. Something will click. You know, God, what that Swami said or what that book says is true. You will experience. Same way, I have read many places. You are authority of your life. You make decisions. All these things I have read. When you take birth, you choose your parents. All those things I have read in many Upanishads and books. To tell you honestly, I don't believe whatever I read. I may tell others to believe, but I don't believe. I don't believe. But when this happened, it was such a strong click for me. I know. Now I know. Experientially. Now whatever I am saying, you may not believe, but my experience, I have seen. When I removed the hand, again that fellow is dumb. He is not able to speak. Not only he is not speaking Tamil, he can't speak a single word. If I put the hand again on his head and ask any question, he answers. It's my experience. Shocking, mystical, but truth is very clear. When he speaks, very clearly he is uttering the words. Only thing he is uttering in a singular abusive language. Because he is very tired. Retired, he wants just retirement. Tired, want to retire, irritated, stressed, but doesn't know how to retire eternally. How to retire. So, instead of, for example, if I want to leave this space, I can just get up and walk. Instead, trying to commit suicide. Unnecessary. That's what that child has done. That's what the child has done. If he wants to rest, he can just relax by reducing the engrams, samskaras. But he doesn't know the technique. So he reduces the expression part. He reduces the possibilities of expression. Like taking birth as a physically or mentally handicapped child. Please understand, if you are also piling up stress and unable to handle the life in a balanced way, there is every chance you will take this kind of decisions. So don't wait to meditate. Don't wait to get rid of the stress. Don't wait to get rid of the emotional pains. Don't wait to heal yourself. It is time. Now I am not threatening you. I am not threatening. I am just sharing my experience. Anyhow, this incident taught me a great truth. Even if it is an accident, we are responsible. Many times, when people ask me, Swamiji, you say it's our karma, we are responsible. But how about kids having cancer? 5-6-year-old kids having cancer, having diseases. How can they be responsible? What sin they have committed? Now I know the answer. Now I know the answer. That incident, it was a real strong click. Very strong click. Whether you want or not, understand or not, we are responsible. We attract. Anything in our life we attract, we are responsible for it. So, as you say, so many times I see the same kind of disturbing situations to come in my life. We are responsible. Change the blueprint. It may take a little time and energy, but you have to. It is just like if you become overweight, if you put on weight, you work for 6 months to reduce and bring it to balance. Same way, you accumulated too much of samskara, too much of engrams. So work for 6 months, take it as a project. That's all. But the problem is weight everybody can see, so you feel compelled to reduce. The engrams nobody can see. So you think, oh, I am okay. I am comfortable. It's okay. That's the only problem. But take it as a project. That's the only way. Let me introduce the word Kalpadaru. In Sanskrit, the literal translation literal meaning. The kalpadar word is Sanskrit word. Literal meaning is fulfilling your wishes. The tree which fulfills your wishes. Kalpataru means, kalpa means whatever you can visualize. Taru means the tree which fulfills it. Please understand. Fulfilling does not mean giving. There is a subtle difference. Many times, giving does not gives you fulfillment. If your desire is given, what you asked is given, the fulfillment doesn't happen. What for you asked, if that is provided, only then fulfillment happens. There is a subtle difference between what you ask and what for you ask. Many times, we achieve what we ask, but what for we ask is never achieved. I have seen people going through the depression of success. They achieve what they want: house, car, bank balance, relationship. They achieve all that. But what for they want to achieve, that they are not able to achieve. Whenever you wish for something, you always have a feeling, if I achieve this, I'll be settled. If I achieve this, I'll be settled. But after achieving that object, suddenly you realize you are not settled. You are not fulfilled. That's what I call depression of success. I've seen so many people, before achieving something, they think if I achieve that, I'll be completely fulfilled and settled. But after achieving, they are in opposite mood. Completely opposite mood, you can see. Kalpadaru means which can fulfill your visualizations. Sometimes it may give what you want. Sometimes it may take you beyond what you want. Fulfillment. In each one of us, that energy, the fulfillment is there. These are all, please understand, I am not repeating the same old things which you heard or read in books. When I am saying, I am responsible for it. But now, when I say, this fulfillment is inside you, I am responsible for my words. You can ask me. I am responsible for what I am talking. So please understand, I am not repeating from any book. I am not repeating from any theory. Whatever you listen from me, I am responsible for it. You can very clearly understand, I am responsible for what I am talking. The fulfillment is inside you. It is there. And we have experienced. Even now, rarely we experience. One big problem is, human beings when they walk, they leave their footprint. The birds don't leave their footprint. Same way, suffering leaves samskara, engram, memory in you. But fulfillment, which you experience in your life, rarely doesn't leave footprint, doesn't leave any memory inside you. That is why you don't remember the moments when you experienced fulfillment. But you can always recall the moments which you experienced suffering. The painful moments you can always recall and remember, recollect, cherish. That's what we are doing whole day. Whole day we are doing that only. Constantly we bring our past back. Actually, if you have any problem directly, any pain, suffering, we are very comfortable with the present moment. We think, oh, life is going as it should be. If nothing is there, if everything goes well, we feel empty and lonely. First thing, oh, if everything is going smooth today, tomorrow it is going to be a very bad day. That's our mind. Then, even if that is not satisfying, we bring all the old memories. See what happened to me a few days before. That shouldn't have happened. This shouldn't have happened. We cherish. In a way, we are habituated to cherish suffering. We are habituated to cherish pains. We are trained, we are enjoying. If they are not there, we are missing something. We feel lonely. They become our company. Fulfillment does not leave imprint, does not leave engram in us. It is a gap. First truth, whatever you may seek, you are behind fulfillment, directly or indirectly. Second thing, this is an important truth. Through objects, the fulfillment is never achieved. This is the second truth. All of you know. I don't need to give any explanation or any examples. All your lives are living examples for this truth. Just through objects, fulfillment is never achieved. If just through objects fulfillment is achieved, then in the whole world at least few should have achieved. There are so many people who achieved the status through money. Whatever can be bought, they have. They can have. Either they have or they can have. Through money, whatever can be achieved, either they have or they can have. At least that kind of people should have achieved fulfillment. It's not there. Means, just through objects, fulfillment is not achieved. That is, you are a living example for that truth. Almost everyone is living example for that truth. I want to share my experience, the third truth. When you travel towards fulfillment directly, when you seek fulfillment directly, please understand, it may look little illogical, but I am sharing the straight truth, my experience with you. When you seek the fulfillment directly, suddenly the energy which is overflowing in you, all the objects which you are seeking starts traveling towards you. That is what I say. That's why I say bliss attracts fortune. The tremendous energy overflowing in you, suddenly all the objects towards which you are traveling starts traveling towards you. You start attracting different energy towards your life. See, usually if you are depressed, if you are filled with sympathy, self-pity, suddenly you will see you will be attracting the people who are abusing you, who are disturbing you, disrespecting you. You will be attracting situations, everything very abusive, very disrespectful. You are carrying the blueprint of your life. Whatever blueprint you carry, you reproduce it, you expand it and express it in the outer world. If the blueprint changes, if you are different, if your quality of awareness differs, your whole life has to change. Anyhow, today we'll internalize these truths experientially by meditating. Seeking completely changes your consciousness. When you start seeking, yoga and kshema happens to you. In Gita, Krishna says, yoga kshemam vahamyaham. That is what he means. When the energy travel, the direction of your energies travel, when it changes, yoga and kshema starts happening in you. Yoga means achieving all the objects which you are seeking. Kshema means staying with them, or those objects staying with you. Both starts happening inside you when the seeking happens. That is what Krishna means. Yoga kshemam vahamyaham sarvadharman parityajya mamyega saranam vracha aham tva sarvabhavepyo mokshayikshami masuchaha. He says in the 18th chapter. When you drop all the way of living and completely surrender and relax, you will see you are completely liberated. Ordinarily it looks too egoistic. How can a man who walked on the earth can liberate? Of course, now you won't feel hurt because he is not in the physical body. But if somebody who's in the physical body says, this is too much. Anyhow, another one sloka is Ananyas Chintayanto Mamyechana Pariyuvasate Desham Nityavayuktanam Yogakshemam Vahamyaham. Understand, when I repeat these two statements, I am responsible for it. I may be repeating, but I am responsible for both statements. When he says, Ananyas Chintayanto Mamyechana Pariyuvasate Desham Nityavayuktanam Yogakshemam Vahamyaham, by relaxing from everything else, if you are centered on me, when he says Krishna on me, it's not just 6-foot form, seeking. A deep seeking of higher consciousness. When you turn towards higher consciousness, the seeking, Yogakshemam Vahamyaham, he says, your needs, fulfillment is taken care by me. Please understand, it's truth. I have seen this truth, not only in my life, thousands and thousands of my devotees and disciples' life who are seekers. When they turn towards seeking, the whole energy of the life becomes different. So these are the few truths I wanted you to remember. First thing, whatever you are seeking in your life, if you think wealth or love or relationship or anything you may seek, you are seeking fulfillment. Maybe indirectly, but you are seeking fulfillment. Second thing, through objects, fulfillment is not achieved. Third thing, when you seek the fulfillment directly, objects run behind you. World and the objects are just like the shadow. If you are running behind, you will never be able to catch it. If you are taking care of your responsibility, it will be there running behind you. So change the direction, you will see world is behind you. Just understand and internalize these few truths. We'll enter into the meditation technique to internalize these concepts, to awaken the seeking. Please understand, anything you seek, maybe I can give this simple technique, you will really experience and find out what you are seeking for. For example, if you are working now to achieve some desire, why are you working? To achieve something, not just to get your food and stay. Most of you don't have to work just for food and stay. You are working active, still alive for something else. See, when that happens to you, when you achieve that, how your mind is behaving, how your mind is suddenly shifting. Just experience 2-3 times what you want. When you experience what happens inside you, suddenly you will see you are not seeking what you are seeking. You are not seeking what you think you are seeking. If you think you are seeking just relationships or money or some comfort or anything, when you achieve that, just see how you feel. Suddenly you will see. Just 2-3 times, be aware when you experience what you wanted. You will understand what you are really seeking for. All of us, whether you want or not, whether you understand or not, directly or indirectly, seeking a feeling of fulfillment, which you lost when you started feeling individual identity. By the age of 10 or 11, usually the person starts feeling an individual identity. From that time only, you start feeling that unfulfillment. From that moment, we are seeking only that back. So many times I see the same kind of disturbing situations come in my life. Means you are carrying the blueprint of that. Straight away you are responsible. Nobody else is responsible. If it's an accident, even for accident we are only responsible. To tell you honestly, even for accident, we attract accidents. Please understand, I am not insensitive towards your suffering. I am not talking irresponsibly. I am talking responsibly. Even your accidents, you are attracting. You may say, how can it be, Swamiji? I was driving in the right lane, that fellow came and dashed. How can you say that I am attracting? So, As you say, so many times I see the same kind of disturbing situations to come in my life. We are responsible. Change the blueprint. It may take little time and energy, but you have to. It's just like if you become overweight, if you put on weight, you work for 6 months to reduce and bring it to balance. Same way, you accumulated too much of samskara, too much of engrams. So work for 6 months, take it as a project. That's all. But the problem is weight everybody can see, so you feel compelled to reduce. The engrams nobody can see. So you think, oh, I am okay. I am comfortable. It's okay. That's the only problem. But take it as a project. That's the only way.
नित्य नारायण गोविंद माधवा नित्य नारायण गोविंद केशवा 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 Nityanarayana Govinda Madhava, Nityanarayana Govinda Keshava, Nityanarayana Govinda Madhava, Nityanarayana Govinda Keshava, Nityanarayana Govinda Madhava, Nityanarayana Govinda Keshava.
Yes. Now we have received the introduction, further insights into the science of Kalpataru. So we are going to enter into the actual process. We're going to go step by step. So requesting everyone to be present for this exercise so that we can all be successful in manifesting what we want to manifest. Now it is most important to be in the space of listening and to follow along, ask questions if there's something that you do not understand. So let us get ready.
Yes, so let us start with the first step. First of all, let us understand the importance of creating this space, of having this space for what we want to manifest. So the first step in the Kalpataru process is to create the space for what we want. Space is bringing your future possibility into the present moment. A space is created strongly, visualizing that what you desire already become a reality. So let's say I have a desire to have a car. It won't help me very much, but let's say I have a desire to have a car. I create the space by bringing the future possibility into my present space, into visualizing that it is already a reality. By visualizing I already have a car, I am already driving. I am driving the car. I'm enjoying my car. I'm sitting in my car, sitting on the nice new seats, smelling the new car smell, and so forth. I bring that reality, that possibility into the reality.
Yes, and there's a big difference between imagining and visualizing. See, we all have infinite possibility. The future of all of us holds infinite possibility. But we all carry a certain space, and that space is what actually generates our reality. So you would have experienced when you're around people who are very driven towards a goal. You can really feel it in the air that they are going to make it happen. They're going to go for it. They're going to make this into their reality. And that is the space that they are carrying. It is not depending on the circumstances, the situation, people you are surrounded by. The space you carry is going to attract exactly what needs to be attracted for you to manifest what you want to manifest. So it is not about the intention you carry. It is not about all the hard work that you do to make it happen. It is about the space that you carry as you do these things. So requesting everyone, this is like an advanced principle idea. If you have any problems with the understanding, please let us know. So being possessed by the future possibility and visualizing it is already your reality. Understand that your will has the power to manifest your reality. So creating the space of possibility, the space where what you want is already real. You understand, yes, this is the future I am creating now. I'm making this Satya Sankalpa. I'm creating this truth. I'm going to manifest this. So creating a space is like making the balloon, which is the visualization. Infusing air into it, is the second part, which is infusing the energy for the reality to manifest. If you are creating a space for health, just see, it is already real. You are already healthy and you are living healthily. This is creating the space for health. Your inner space is equivalent to your womb. The way a child can grow in a womb, in the same way, you can grow whatever you want in your inner space, and it can be made into reality. It can be delivered.
So that's the first step. So at the moment, we're just going through the steps, letting you know what the steps are. Moving forward, we'll be moving through the actual steps themselves. So step number 2 is the Kapataru process is eliminating the self-doubt, self-hate, self-denial in that space. So we were talking about the SDHD earlier, the self-doubt, self-hate, self-denial. So we will be moving through in this step number 2, removing the self-doubt, self-hate, self-denial in the space. So what happens is, naturally, your mind will not accept the space that you have created. So you are creating the space, your mind will say, no, I have knee pain, I can't even sit. So in terms of health, I have knee pain, I can't even sit. I have back pain, I have this, I have that. I have a headache. All my spare parts are functioning on their own. How can I possibly be healthy? So your mind will question all of it. Your mind will throw up all sorts of questions, all sorts of doubts. When you create a space, you complete with all the doubts that happen in you, including the doubts whether you can create the space, the doubt whether the space will really become real. We complete with all of that. You complete with all of that. And this is important. Don't fight the space. So do not fight the space. Yeah. So your mind will throw up all sorts of impossibilities. Don't fight the space and say, no, it's not possible, or say, I believe this if that, okay? So just complete with all the patterns, all the self-doubt, self-hate, self-denial. Don't fight with the space. And then take responsibility for the space that you have created. So if you have created a space that you will become completely healed, you will become healthy, then don't fight with it, don't challenge it. Take responsibility for it and act, take steps towards it. Act from that space of responsibility.
Yes, as a recap, responsibility is the understanding that everything that is happening in and around you, it has you as the source of it. So when you are responsible for the space that you create, understand that everything you do has that as the result. If you carry the space to manifest something, taking the responsibility, understand that you are the source of everything happening in and around you. You letting your possibility to happen in you, you trusting your possibility without self-doubt, responding to your possibility without self-doubt is Kundalini energy. When the impossibilities come up, see what pattern is it? Is it self-doubt? Is it self-hatred or self-denial? So self-doubt, will I be able to do this? Self-hatred, do I even deserve this? Have I done enough to deserve this? And self-denial, simply, it is not going to happen for me. These kinds of statements, they always show up in our inner space. The moment we start something, the moment we make the decision for a breakthrough, when we decide, yes, okay, now I'm really going to stick to my workout routine. Now I'm going to manifest exactly this life. I'm going to train myself. And that skill that I always wanted to learn. First thing that happens, self-doubt, self-hatred, self-denial, due to some patterns, which we are going to look into. So find out when this kind of pattern started in you. When did you develop this pattern? You were not born with these patterns. Understand that. You did not have these ideas when you were a child. Over time, you started developing more and more patterns. They're growing into a big tree of patterns. So constantly doubting you and making you believe impossibility decide to relive and complete. Decide to drop these patterns. We're going to give the technique that can make exactly this happen. At first, take this as a foundation for the process, and we're going to go into more detail.
Then we'll move on to step number 3, which is recreating the space. So understand it is very important that after we complete with the self-doubt, self-hate, self-denial, we recreate this space. So why are we doing that? See, you've created the space, but you've created it from still from the patterns, having the patterns in you, still having the doubts, the self-doubt, self-hate, self-denial. It is almost like having a balloon that has that you inflate, but it's got holes in it. So if you keep trying to inflate the balloon with the holes in it, although let's say you put some tape over the holes, the tapes will come off. Yeah. So we need a new balloon. We need to recreate the space with a new balloon from the new understanding, from the clean space. So we recreate the space from a new beginning, from this new understanding, from this new framework that we now understand that we can go forward with. So decide to hold on to this new space that you have created as a reality for your life. Align all your thoughts, all your actions, your feelings, your entire life to this reality. So this is a very, very important thing. Align all of your thoughts, all of your actions, all of your feelings, all of your life, your entire life, align it to this new reality, this new space that you have created. And you will see the space you created will just radiate itself and become a reality in your life. Especially when, and this is going to be the next step, when the master blesses his integrity, his authenticity, and responsibility. It is almost like when you're trying to clean a well. If you're just putting a little bit of water on the side of the well, trying to clean it, it's not going to clean. But when the Ganga enters into the well, you'll just clean it in one moment, a split second like that. It's gone. So in the same way, when the master blesses, his integrity, authenticity, and responsibility will simply make it happen.
So as we described, this is the 4th step, is the Kalpataru Darshan. This is the step where the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism and incarnation plays his part in the process. In this step, you will talk to the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism and express your desire verbally. This does 2 things. First, through his presence by just looking at you, the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism will awaken your Kundalini Shakti. This is called Jnana Dīkṣā, initiation through seeing. At times, the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism may conduct a meditation to awaken the Kundalini also. And second, the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism removes all cosmic obstacles to your desire by saying Tathastu, so be it. This is a cosmic blessing, since the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism lives in the space of oneness with the entire cosmos. He is able to say yes on behalf of the cosmos. The strength of his integrity also gives him the power of words, which is Vak Shakti. When he says yes to something, the cosmic forces move to remove obstacles in this way.
And step number 5 of the Kalpataru process is take responsibility and act. So the last step, which is very important, is from the space of possibility you created, along with the Kundalini energy that was released by the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism. Now take responsibility for your desire and act with integrity, authenticity, and responsibility. Align your thoughts, your words, your action to this new reality. So thoughts, words, action. Align all of this to this new reality that you have created the space for. So it's important to do both. So take responsibility and act from that space of responsibility. So often people think that just asking Swamiji for blessings is enough. They don't have to do anything. Others think it's enough for them to simply complete with their self-doubt, self-hate, self-denial. It's very important. Of course, it helps so much in so many ways, but it's not enough. You need to do more. So even after you get the blessings from the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, you get the possibility is opened up in the cosmos. The cosmos says, yes, this is the space you created. Swamiji gives you the initiation. Cosmos says, yes, you need to take step. You need to take action. Make it into reality. This is what you have to do. You have to do this last step. It's very important. What's the point of perhaps making a chapati without putting it on the fire? You're not going to eat it raw. You've gone through all these steps to make the chapati, but then you're not going to put it on the fire. For what reason?
Yes, and even if you put it on the fire, finally you have to eat it. You have to go for
That's
it.
right. So act, eat the chapati. All right.
Yes, so let us actually enter into the process now that we have given the introduction. Again, if you have any questions about any of the steps, please let us know in the chat so we can give clarification, we can give guidance so you can actually manifest your reality. Start with the desire you wrote in the previous session. In this section, you will work on the self-doubt, self-hatred, and self-denial associated with that desire. So first, write down a set of reasons why you find it difficult to achieve your desire, the desire that you have written down earlier. Against each reason, write down if it is self-doubt, self-hatred, or self-denial. This will require careful introspection. Sometimes it can involve more than one, perhaps all three. So self-doubt, self-hatred, and self-denial can all be involved in the reason why you feel it is difficult to manifest this as your reality. So, for example, if you write, I want a promotion, but I'm not as skilled as I'd like to be. The next question is, what is stopping you from acquiring the new skills needed? If the answer is, I don't think I can learn the skills, it is self-doubt. If the answer is, I don't think I am meant to learn it, it is self-denial, since you are tying your ability to do something with how you see the functioning of the world itself. I am not meant to learn it. It's very limiting. When we just deny our own possibility. Self-hatred would be, maybe I've not performed in my work so well that I deserve to have the time to spend in this job, something like that. Self-hatred is always towards either you're not deserving something good or you deserve something which is bad for you. These things are generally related to self-hatred. So self-doubt, questioning your own ability to do something. Self-hatred, not thinking that you deserve something. And self-denial is simply denying it, saying, okay, this is not meant for me. In this birth, I don't think this is going to happen. So without any further reason which is based in your identity or something, just saying, yes, the world is not going to give this to me. This is not going to be the reality. Yes. So without further ado, let us enter into this step. Write down all the reasons why you feel it is difficult to manifest what you want. And against each of these reasons, write down whether it is self-doubt, self-hatred, or self-doubt.
And of course, if you have any questions, if you aren't sure, any doubts at all, self-doubts, you can write it down. But any doubts in terms of the process itself, do let us know. So write to us in the chat box. We will be addressing those.
Now let us continue with the next step. Depending on whether it is self-doubt, self-hatred, or self-denial, write down the belief, the images, the gaps between them. So, what is your inner image? What do you think about yourself? Let's say there is self-doubt. Am I able to learn this skill? That is based on the inner image that you're not intelligent, not skilled enough. You're not capable. So that is the inner image. If you have self-hatred, that means that you have created an outer image. For example, your inner image is, I'm not intelligent enough to learn this. Your outer image is showing yourself as more intelligent than what you are, trying very hard to project yourself in a way that you do not feel about yourself. And then someone believes it. Someone thinks you are very skilled, you're very capable to learn things, picking up things fast, but you don't feel it. Inside, you think you're not smart enough. On the outside, people accept the way you project yourself. Now you are in the dilemma because you don't actually believe it. That is where self-hatred comes to play. And then there is self-denial, when the outer image and others' image do not align. So you project an image, other people are not, your others' image, what you think others feel about you, what you feel about others, and what you feel about how life is, they do not align. For example, you feel other people are too lazy to manifest something, but then you yourself do not want to align yourself to raise yourself higher. That is when you just feel that this is not meant for you. Something is not meant for you. So let us look in what is the source of your belief. What were the incidents, or what was the incident, if you remember one in particular, where you have started creating this kind of belief in you? So there would have been one experience that you had where you feel this is the truth. I'm not able to learn. I'm not a fast learner. I'm not a great learner. I'm not good at picking up things. So you would have had one experience, or maybe someone else told you that, or you would have come to that conclusion yourself. To look in, and for each of the patterns, each of the SDHD you have written down, for each of the reasons why you think it is difficult for you to manifest, look in and write down what is the source of your belief. What were the incident or the incidents that created this belief in you? We have one participant, actually a few participants who joined us during the exercise. We want to welcome Ma Anandeshwari, Ma Sara, Ma Mahasatya, and Paramasatya. Nityanam, everyone. So we are in the Kalpataru process, having written down one thing that we want to manifest, having looked in what are the ideas we carry, why it is difficult to manifest this, and then identifying whether these are self-doubt, self-hatred, or self-denial based. So again, one thing we want to manifest, all the different ideas why it is difficult to manifest this, and then writing down for each of these, is it self-doubt, self-hatred, and self-denial. Now we are going to look into the source of these self-doubts, self-hatreds, and self-denials, looking for the incident when we started building these patterns, these ideas about ourselves. If you have any questions, please let us know in the chat as we continue with this part of the exercise.
Now, when that incident happened, how did you perceive yourself? How did you perceive the situation or others? What are your three images? Your self-image, image of yourself, about yourself, how you see yourself, how you perceive yourself. The situation, how you saw the situation, how you judged the situation, and others, how you saw others. Do you see how the perception has stayed with you? But is that perception true? Is there a chance that the perception is wrong? Are there any of the situations repeating again and again? Can you identify a vasana associated with the situation, a root engram? Let us continue.
Yes. Now let us move on to the next step of the exercise. Take one incompletion from the previous exercise and work on it. On a piece of paper, make two vertical columns. Label the left column the binding cognition and the right column as the liberating cognition. In the left column, write exactly how you cognize the situation and how it bound you to feel powerless, to make you think about the situation in only one way. In the right column, write down other ways of looking at the same situation. Do any of the cognitions give you more options than your binding cognition? If these were your new cognitions, how would you act? How would your actions be different from before? Look again at your actions as a result of the binding cognitions. You identify any vasanas or self-fulfilling negative behavior that make your work go in a way that is opposed to your goals. So vasanas are seed patterns that are basically just waiting to be triggered and then sprout new. So let us take one incompletion from the previous exercise. Make two columns, binding cognition and liberating cognition. And let us start with the binding cognitions. Write down exactly how you cognize the situation and how it bound you to feel powerless, to make you think about the situation in only this one way. If you have any questions or doubts, let us know. Let's enter into this step. Yes, now let us move on for the right column. Write down other ways of looking at the same situation. So instead of your binding cognitions, see how else could you cognize about this incident that you have written down. Do any of the cognitions give you more options than your binding cognition? If these were your new cognitions, how would you act? How would your actions be different from before? Look again at your actions as a result of the binding cognition. And do you find any vasanas or self-fulfilling negative behaviors that make your work go in a way that is opposed to your goals? Now let us enter into the completion. Start doing the completion process with the incidents you identified in the previous section. Don't be distracted by outer events or other thoughts. Start reliving the situations that you have written down and the incidents as if they were happening to you now. This is the completion process, reliving and reliving. So bring yourself back into that incident that you have identified. Don't apply your current day logic. Don't apply your current day identity. At that time, whatever experience you have had, whatever was your perception of yourself, of others, and reality, what you have written down, live that. You are not your current self as you're going through the reliving process. Understand the emotional reactions you had in that incident. You did not have these reactions because you did not have the intelligence that you have now. At that time, whatever you perceived, relive it as if it is happening now. If you feel emotional, do not resist or do not break the process. Go through the emotions and relive them as if they were happening now. Do not disconnect from the emotion, even if it is painful. Understand the emotional engram has an impact on your life now because you haven't fully lived through the experience. You are still carrying ideas from that incident because you have not fully lived through the experience. Go back and relive and relieve the effects of that incident. Go back with the same intelligence, same identity that you carried in that incident. Relive the incident again and again until it does not carry any power over you anymore. If you need to cry, cry. If you feel like shouting, you can shout. Live through the incident as if it is happening now. If you have any questions about this process, you can ask them in the chat. We request all the participants to be focused fully on the exercise. Don't let anything externally distract you now. Let's begin.
Now, look at all the identities you have recognized in each of these situations. Have you identified the dominant pattern that repeats again and again in most of these situations? So this would be the root pattern, the pattern that repeats again and again. So it doesn't have to repeat in the same way, in the same manner, but deep down at the root pattern will repeat itself. So have you identified the dominant pattern, the root pattern that repeats again and again in most of these situations? Have you identified any vasanas? Use the instant completion technique to drop these vasanas. Just simply strongly declare to drop these vasanas. A strong declaration, that is the only reality that you are willing to entertain. Strong declaration to drop these vasanas. Let us continue.
Yes. We hope that you all went through this powerful process. Can let us know in the chat. Have you done the completion? Have you created the space, gone through self-doubt, self-hatred, and self-denial, relived and relived, and all the steps that we have been going through? We are performing the Kalpataru process and manifesting one desire, which is part of the first step, as always. If you have joined in late, that is not a problem. Requesting everyone to take some time and write down one desire you want to manifest today. We are going to receive the blessings from the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism. If you are already familiar with the science of completion, you can look in what impossibilities you're facing and do the completion as we're getting ready to receive further guidance in the science of completion by the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism himself as you enter into another jnana segment on the science of completion. We want to welcome Ma Nityanadesha, Nityanama, Ma Dong, and Ma Chia Yu Bang having joined in. Nityanam, everyone.
Nityanam, welcome. Good to have you with us.
Yes. So without further ado, let us get ready and learn about the science of completion from Swamiji.
This program is mainly designed to awaken the Kundalini Shakti in all of you. Don't be afraid of that word Kundalini Shakti. It means the inner potential energy which is in you. The inner potential energy which is in you. Most of us don't even touch the energy till we die. Even science says we use only 13% of our brain from birth to death. So remaining 87% returned unopened. It gets returned unopened. Without being touched, untouched, 87% gets returned. Patanjali calls in his own way, Patanjali is the father of yoga, he calls in his own way Kundalini Shakti. In all of us, that Kundalini Shakti is there in seed form. If it is in seed form, we are man. If it is in the awakened form, we are God. The whole program is designed to give you the initial introduction and experience of Kundalini Shakti. All you need to awaken the Kundalini Shakti in you is just an intensity. The decision to awaken. Please understand. Your decision is thousands of times more powerful than you think. You always think, no, I decided so many things but never it happened. Then naturally this decision also will be like that only. Please understand, your decisions would have been a failure if it is needed to work with somebody else whose decisions are not in tune with yours. Just because of that, don't think your decision has no power. Please understand, if you carry the wrong idea about your decision and power of your decision, you will be suffering your whole life. I have seen people lose complete self-respect by fighting with wrong ideas. Understand? When I initiate people into healing, when I give the healer's initiation, I tell them, first start healing only knee pain and headache, simple problems. You will have confidence, yes, I can do. Then enter into big disease. These guys, the moment they take the healing initiation, they think they have become doctors and first they touch the 4th stage cancer. Naturally, you will lose your self-respect. You will think, no, I think this healing is not working. Either it is not working for me or it doesn't work at all. Some way you lose the whole confidence. First, start with the things which you can handle. Same way, when you start handling your will, you straight away think, I should do this. Some extraordinary. You try to imagine, and naturally, for that extraordinary things, only one person's will is not enough. Too many wills need to align. When that does not happen, when it becomes failure, you don't think the project has become failure because the others' wills are not aligned. You start thinking your will is not enough. Your resolution is not strong enough. You lose respect for yourself and for your resolution, power of your resolution. The power of your thoughts is too beyond your comprehension. Please understand, any will you create is recorded in the cosmos and you have to fulfill it. It has to be realized through your body. Any will you create, that is why I always tell people, even when you are in low mood, do not think, do not contemplate that you should die. I have seen many people, oh, instead of living like this, better if I die. These guys will not have the courage or energy to commit suicide, but they will go on cherishing this thought, let me die, let me die, let me die. Naturally the thought, that attracts accidents or diseases like cancer towards you. Any will you create, any sankalpa you create. Sankalpa means, kalpa means imagination. Sankalpa means adding your presence to imagination. If it is imagined in the dream, it is kalpa. If the same thing is imagined when you are sitting, when you are in awareness, it is sankalpa. Sat kalpa. Sat means your awareness that you exist. The idea that you exist. I think in the day before yesterday, Yoga Sutra you would have heard. Whenever you carry the idea that you exist, you are carrying the all-knowingness in seed form in you. Knowing that you exist is the root or the seed of all-knowingness. So with that all-knowingness, with that seed, any imagination you attest, you empower, will get recorded in cosmos. And that has to be realized through your body. No other way. Till then, your body will be alive. Even if you lose it, you will have to take one more to finish all the sankalpas you made. So any sankalpa you make is actually like giving birth to a child. Any sankalpa you make, you give birth to a child. Now you are responsible for growing it. Same way, any sankalpa you make, now you are responsible to realize it in the body. We do not know the power of our will. Two things. One, you try two big things in the initial level and you take your failure upon yourself instead of finding the right reason. That's the one reason why you don't carry respect for your will. Second thing, you carry or you create many self-contradicting wills. People sometimes ask me, Swamiji, all spiritual organizations or temples are filled with politics. Why are you creating one more temple, one more spiritual organization? I tell them, to create politics, you don't even need two persons. One person is enough. Morning you will be thinking in one way, evening you will think in a different way, then he is having politics between himself. You can see your life. Morning you think in one way, evening you think in the opposite way, means politics between morning you and evening you. So you don't need 2% for politics. You are enough to create enough politics for yourself. Self-contradicting wills is what I call creating politics within you. Morning, when you feel fresh and alive, when you are in the gym, you plan, I should do this. I'll make my business $1 billion industry by this year. In the evening, when you are tired, you are planning, I should go for vacation 21 days to India and do inner awakening. Of course, it is not self-contradicting. Or if you plan, I'll go and have vacation in the Hawaii. Your mood, morning it says one and evening it says something else. Self-contradicting sankalpas, self-contradicting will. Actually, if you come and do inner awakening, it will not be self-contradicting. But if you think, I think I'm not interested in doing anything, it's okay, let me lie down. I've seen many of these guys are now enjoying the unemployment benefits. And one guy came just day before yesterday in the darshan. I asked him, are you looking for a job? Swamiji, I feel so settled with the unemployment benefit itself. I said, oh God, this is so dangerous, this unemployment benefit. And I said, nothing doing, start looking for the job. Human mind, the will which you create, when it is self-contradictory, you put yourself to the lower and lower and lower levels of consciousness. You almost live like a stone. The difference between stone and you is, stone is caught with too many self-contradicting wills. Understand? The less number of self-contradicting wills, the more conscious you are. More you become conscious, less number of self-contradicting wills. Self-contradicting thoughts reduces the very frequency in which you are living. Please understand. Just because you are a human being, don't think all human beings are living in the same frequency. I am working with thousands of people who are in the slum, who are in the villages, who are in the tribal area people. We are doing a lot of social service. I am working with them. Directly building them and giving them house or giving them anything does not really work at all. Please understand, I am telling you from my experience. Unless you give them little responsibility, knowledge, and raise their consciousness, then give them whatever you want. It doesn't stay with them. Earlier, when I started this service in the villages and slums, and we have a program called NIV, Nityanandam in Villages, trying to give them public toilets, building and giving them toilets and all that, and giving them houses, and simple, not big way, but whatever small way we can. First thing I told our disciples, give them our LBP program, give them our meditation, then give the service. These guys did not listen. They said, Swamiji, what is the use of giving them meditation when they are hungry? We will take care of them, we will do service first. I said, no, you guys are entering into the action which will be utter failure. Exactly I saw. These guys will go and build the house or do whatever needs, and they'll do and come back. In 1 year, that fellow will sell that house or rent that house to somebody else and go back to the same slum. No, really. Unless the state is raised, even if the status is added, nothing happens. If you give some furnitures, or especially the tsunami affected victims, we are trying to give boats. Next month, if you go and check, that boat is already sold and drunk. I saw, unless you raise the consciousness of the human being, you can't do anything. You can't do anything. I saw, because I'm working in the field, I myself go to the field. I don't send people. If some relief work means, I'll be there in the spot. I personally go and see. I saw a huge service done by Swaminarayan people in Chennai beach side. The whole thing, the whole village, they are back to their old poverty within 1 year. All the boats given by them, all the houses given by them, everything was sold. It's not that somebody else took it away. These guys, they are not comfortable with the happy or comfortable lifestyle. They don't feel that they are living their life if they have all these comforts around them. Then I decided something is seriously wrong. I started studying their mental setup. I myself was giving some classes and studying their mental setup. I saw why these people are in such a low conscious, low awareness. Please understand, this is the final result I found out. Self-contradicting thoughts cripples you, cripples your awareness. If you have 100 unit consciousness, more number of self-contradicting thoughts, more dull you will be. That awareness, 100 unit awareness means, if you have some 200 self-contradicting thoughts, more than 50-60 unit is already caught in that inner fight. Only 30 or 40 unit is available for you to live. I'm talking to you in the medical terms. Exactly I'm telling you as I experienced. So first thing I started doing, I told our guys, give them only food and medicine and see that they do programs and become responsible. Then give the complete the long-term relief work. Unless you give them, make them responsible, reduce the self-contradicting thoughts and increase the awareness, any long-term relief work does not work. It doesn't really work. Please understand. Now, everyone, all of you also need tsunami relief, conscious tsunami. See, every day you go through a tsunami. What else do you think is happening when you are depressed, when you are in low mood? Conscious tsunami. So the long-term relief work can be done only if the number of self-contradicting thoughts are brought down. That can be brought down only by aligning all these self-contradicting thoughts to one intention. See, meditating or working towards the enlightenment is really not required because you are already enlightened. You are carrying that pure consciousness already. Then you may ask, why are you telling every day to work for us, to work for meditation, to yearn for meditation, to yearn for enlightenment? Why are you telling Swamiji? It is nothing but just to create a will where all other wills will be burnt, swallowed. Just for that only I am asking you to create the will for enlightenment. Otherwise, somebody goes to a Zen master and asks, Master, how can I become Buddha? Master just slaps him. Zen people don't talk usually. They only act. His will gets shaken thoroughly. See, it is too much. You go to a master thinking he's a loving, compassionate person. You hear all stories about him. And you go there and you have not even spoken something wrong. You have not asked him something wrong. I want to drink or I want to dance. Or you just asked, how can I become Buddha? And he just slaps you. Just imagine in the next session you come to me. Swamiji, how can I get enlightened? I just slap what. Of course, in this country you may sue. Fortunately, that master was in Japan, so that guy got completely shaken. And he asked, why did he slap me? He said, if an elephant comes to me and asks, how can I become an elephant? What else you want me to do? If a Buddha comes and asks me, how can I become Buddha? What do you want me to do? I'm just reminding you. Understand? There is no need for you to achieve enlightenment. It's there. You may ask, then why am I asking you to create a strong will to achieve enlightenment? So that all the self-contradicting thoughts will disappear into it. I am creating a forest fire where all the small fires you are carrying will disappear. All the self-contradicting will, small things which you are having will disappear into. You are carrying continuous that self-contradicting thoughts. You can see inside. The moment you get into the four-wheeler, the moment you get into your car, always there will be one thought creeping. Who knows, there may be some accident. Will I reach the place or not? Then you tell, no, keep quiet, relax, Swamiji will take care. And you start driving. Someday you pacify yourself. That's different. But always that creeping, self-contradicting thoughts. More number of self-contradicting thoughts, you live in a very less low-level consciousness. As I was telling, I was working with that slum, in that slum during the relief work. We did little relief, not big, but little, whatever we can. We do. In that time, I was consciously studying those. I was doing some more research on why people are dying like this in mass. Why people are dying like this in mass? How can this be justified? I do my own research. When people ask me questions, I give different answers, that is different. I continuously do my own research. Continuously do research. But the problem is, what I find by those researches, if I express, you will never be able to understand. Actually, the research I found, the people who died, their souls or body did not suffer at all. I don't know how you will understand. You may think what funny thing I am talking. Anyhow, if I start talking about that will become a different direction. At least understand this subject which I am talking. The self-contradicting thoughts. If you are filled with 200 self-contradicting thoughts, only 30 units are left. If you have only 10, 20, 30 self-contradicting thoughts, 70 units of your consciousness is available for you to live. Means your whole life will be so light, just intensely feeling the excitement. Sometimes, very rarely you will feel that excitement. If you get a big money or a big promotion, you will feel this whole rib, this area, that is the heart area, heart and navel, this is the Anandaganda area, this whole area, you will feel as if intensely excited. If you observe, when the emotions come in, what all happens in you, you would have observed. This area, this whole rib, you will feel intense excitement. If you are feeling that intense excitement in that area, and the throat, the whole throat will feel very sweet. It will be very intensely sweet. If you feel that too, continuously, you are fully alive and aware. This is the scale. This is a scale, whether you are alive and aware or just becoming more and more dull. See, depression is nothing but too many self-contradicting thoughts. If you are that conscious tube, if it's a 100 unit, you can say 100 inch, 100 unit. If you have 200 self-contradicting thoughts, 60% will be blocked. If you have 90% self-contradicting thoughts, that is what we call depression. You will not feel like even breathing. You will not feel even like breathing. I have seen. I have tested many times the depressed people breathing. When I see their breathing, they will take oxygen But they do not take the prana, life force from the air. Please understand there is a big difference between oxygen going in and the prana, life force going in. Life force is not prana, not oxygen. Oxygen is the chemical. If life force is not oxygen, understand, you can see in the people in the coma, they take oxygen, but they don't take life force. They are not alive. With this one example, you can understand the difference between life force and oxygen. Life force, what we call prana. People who are depressed, they breathe just to keep the body alive. They don't take life force inside. Life force inside. When you are breathing, actually, your whole body should feel it is inhaling and exhaling. Then you are taking prana inside. You are sucking prana inside. Every time, even while you are driving, just remember, your whole body is inhaling and exhaling. Just remember, nothing else. You will see, within 5-6 minutes, the depression will leave you. You will not be carrying that heaviness. Whenever you feel heavy, depressed, you had a fight or a problem with the boss or the spouse or anything, if you are carrying the depression, just 5 minutes, nothing else, 5 minutes. Visualize, your whole body is inhaling and exhaling. Every pore, through the leg fingertips, the hand fingertips, through all the tips of your body, through every pore, you are inhaling and exhaling. Visualize, nothing else. Visualize, you will see the prana intake will become more. The moment prana intake becomes more, you will have life, no depression. There won't be any depression. Depression and prana intake, both are very closely related. If you have too many self-contradicting thoughts, the prana intake will drastically reduce. The oxygen will go in, air will go, oxygen will be filtered, carbon dioxide will come out. That ordinary mechanical process will happen. But there is something more than oxygen in the air. Prana, life force. That does not stay in your body. You don't take prana in your body. Same way, I have seen people with the depression or too many self-contradicting thoughts. The food they eat, they don't take the prana from that food. Digestion happens, all the vitamins, chemicals, minerals, everything is taken out, but the life is not taken from the prana. That is why sometimes clinically everything is alright, stomach is alright, everything is alright, but the person feels sick. They brought one person. They said that she is completely alright medically. All doctors have seen him. They are not able to diagnose. I just held the hand and wanted to see. Why then suffering? The husband gave me a letter. The moment I read the letter, I understood. In the letter he wrote, I don't believe in any Swamis. I just came here to see whether you can heal her or not. For that I came. Then immediately I understood. Now I know the problem. Means, even to come here, they have so much of self-contradiction. I told him, then don't, he wrote a letter that I don't believe in any Swamis. I came believing you that you will heal my wife. I said, don't say you are believing. You came as a customer. Don't bother, I will heal her. But at least you be very clear. What do you want? Don't say you are believing. You came to check me out. He said, no, heal her, I will believe you. I said, I am not asking you to believe me. It's too cheap. Get out. Too cheap. I will heal her, don't bother. But you don't have to bargain with me. If I heal her, you will believe me and all that. And I said, stop this self-contradiction. Either, if you are feeling connected, feel connected, don't bother. If you don't feel connected, perfectly alright. You don't have to have so much of self-contradiction. The same mental setup, that self-contradiction. That's what she is carrying, that's the suffering. I saw in her only one thing. Whatever food she intakes, the life force is not sucked by the consciousness. The body is not taking the life force. It's taking all the minerals, vitamins and everything is normal. But the life force is not taken. All it is just altered. And consciously I said that let your consciousness take the life force. You will see simply in 2-3 days you will become alright. Because it's not physical disease, it's related to consciousness that can be completely healed with the spiritual techniques. But the same thing, if it is fracture or physical things, I will not be able to help. Only emergency room thing, they can help. I can, if it is a spiritual related, not body related, the prana, life force related, they can't do anything. It's in our plane, or our level. So I saw in her the same thing, deep self-contradiction. Sometimes you should not live with people who are constantly saying no to you. Please understand. That will completely collapse your being. And you will pick up that same, before even talking it out, you will know, if I talk out, she is going to give this logic, better I myself contradict myself. Let me contradict myself. Really. You should not live with a person who is constantly opposing you. You should come to some way of reconciling. If constantly you are opposed, you will create that as a mental setup inside, and you will create a self-contradicting mental setup. Constantly contradicting yourself. Constantly. That is why I always tell people, a child which is brought up in the situation where he is not given the intelligence is equal to the abused child. See how, if a child is abused in the young age physically, child abuse is the worst thing because that becomes engram in the child. That becomes engram in the child. That is why I can say that worst crime in the Vedic tradition, that's considered as a Panchama Bhadaka. In the 5 crimes, there is a list of 5 crimes. In that, the child abusal is one. Child abusal is one of the Panchama Bhadaka. Anyhow, the same way, how the child abuse is a crime, same way, a child should be brought up by constant giving intelligence. It should not feel it is caught up in a situation where everybody is saying no. Same way in your family. Do not live with the ambience of continuous no's. And same way, don't give continuous no to everybody. Then you will see, by and by it will become mental setup in you, that carrying self-contradicting thoughts will become personality in you. Any thought, before even it comes up to conscious and becomes word, you will plan, no, if I tell this is the logic I am going to get, better let me stop. Means self-contradicting. You can't expand. Nothing can flower. The spurana cannot, spurana means in the Sanskrit, the word spurana means overflowing. Overflowing will never happen. Expansion will never happen. Physically abused child and mentally abused man, both cannot expand, overflow. I can forgive any sin, even the consciously. Whenever people come to me in the organization, if they come, many people come and confess, I have done this, I have done that, Swamiji. I tell them, all right, don't bother, that kid will go away, you will become all right. But somehow these child abuse things, when they bring it to me, I just shut their mouth, I'll meditate for you, go. It means I won't do anything. Whenever I say I'll pray for you means, I'm just consoling them, passing them. If I say I'll take care, means I'm committing. Because these are some of the things which completely, makes a person withdraw. Makes person to withdraw. Withdrawal from the life is equal to death. It should never be allowed. Withdrawal from life is equal to death. Now, create a strong will in you. you will see all these self-contradicting wills and all these self-contradicting mental and physical ideas will be burnt by it. See, whenever you read books very intensely or think something strongly, you will feel some creeping feeling in the spine, very mild creepy feeling in the spine, as if something is going up. That is the mild experience of Kundalini. Mild experience of Kundalini Shakti. Please understand, it's a very important thing. If you observed, if you are reading something very seriously, if you are thinking something very seriously, the spine you will feel there's something going up, as if one ant or little something like a juice going up, as if your spinal cord is a straw through which the juice is sucked. You will feel that's a mild experience of Kundalini. Whenever your will gets integrated and the self-contradicting thoughts disappear, your Kundalini gets awakened. Now, that is what I am going to do with you all. That is the science of the process. You are expected to create one strong will. Let me achieve my ultimate fulfillment. You can coin your own word. You can coin your own word like let me become Jivan Mukta or let me become enlightened. Whatever word clicks with you. Or let me get out of my depression. Let me be completely fulfilled. You can coin your own words. That's not a problem. But that one word, that one idea should resonate in your whole being. Like remove all other thoughts, just burn your whole body with that one thought. Feel it has to happen now. Now it has to happen. Something called critical mass in your being. Is a critical mass level. That thought is created. Suddenly you will see all your actions like walking, talking, everything will be aligned to it. Everything will be completely aligned. Walking, talking, whatever you are doing, everything will be aligned to it. If you create one thought, let me become enlightened, one idea, let me become enlightened, or anything related to higher consciousness, if all your actions are aligned to that one intention, what you radiate is what I call grace. You will radiate a special grace. Anybody who comes around you, they know you are a special person. You are unique. Your energy, your aura itself will be different. Just your aura will be different. Nothing else is required. Nobody else need to introduce you. Just you are there and people know that you are a special person. There is a beautiful Upanishad, our tradition Upanishad, that Vedic tradition Upanishad called Paramashivoham. That Upanishad describes an enlightened person should not wear kavi. I am not supposed to technically I am not supposed to wear this dress. I am wearing it because maintenance free. That is easy washable and carrying is easy. That is why I am wearing. I am supposed to wear the civilian dress. People should recognize me by my aura. That is that Upanishad describes. Supposed to wear the normal civilian dress, what a Kshatriya or Vaishya or worker he will wear. That cloth only he should wear. And people should recognize him by the aura. In my case, I am using just for easy maintenance. That is the truth actually. That is why sometime in the energy darshanal I wear different dresses, different colors. Anyhow, what it means, what the Upanishad really means, when your actions or intentions are aligned, you will radiate a special grace. Simply, people will smell you. The seekers will feel your fragrance. You don't need to convince them. I always tell people, whenever people come and ask me, how do I know that you are my guru? I tell them, as long as this question is there, I am not your guru, go. If I am your guru, this question will disappear. At one point of your life, suddenly this question will disappear, you will feel strong connection. Then I am your guru. Otherwise, don't bother, continue seeking. You may find your master. Suddenly, you will smell his fragrance. You know his aura. You know his presence. You know his intense energy field. You know he is your guru. Let all the self-contradicting wills be connected to this one will. You can coin your own word. If you want, you can coin a word like, let me become Jivan Mukta, or let me become enlightened, let me liberate myself ultimately, or let me have eternal bliss. Any word which clicks you, which you feel connected, that is your mantra. Understand? That is your mantra. You can create your own Ishta mantra. But that word should become so strong in you. Your whole mind and body should continuously reverberate with that one idea, with that one word. There's a beautiful story. A Sufi master, a very great Sufi master. Unfortunately, all Sufis are murdered by Muslims. Actually, Sufis are Muslims. One sect of Muslims who somehow got mixed with the Vedic tradition, started believing in reincarnation. See, there are many beautiful truths of Vedic tradition. Anybody seeks truth in any religion will feel connected to it. Like reincarnation theory, karma theory, the truths about the consciousness and Atman. Anywhere anybody is a seeker, he will simply feel connected to this truth if he comes in contact with this truth. Like this, some of the intense Muslim seekers came in touch with these truths and they were so excited and they had their own experience and they started teaching this truth. That sect is called Sufis. Sufis are the group evolved when the Islam met with the Vedic tradition. So the Sufis are continuously murdered by Muslims. They don't want anybody else to claim as Muslims except themselves. They don't want to be open to the ideas of the Vedic tradition, like reincarnation and all. There was one master, he has become enlightened and he was constantly telling people that Anal Haq means I am the truth, I am the ultimate, I have seen. Not egoistically, please understand, not egoistically. He is telling you the truth so that you can also experience, to inspire. This king got completely fed up. He said, how dare you say you are the God? God is only one, that is Allah, and Muhammad is the only prophet, and Quran is the only book. And he said, I don't know about that, but I am telling you about my experience. This guy, this king, violent fellows, he just cut the head of that Sufi master, the enlightened being. His head fell and the head wrote Anal Haq in the blood and relaxed. Understand? The head wrote Anal Haq and relaxed. Means I am the truth. Means every blood, every cell, every pore was vibrating with this one truth. With that one truth, I am the ultimate truth. Same way, now the word which you pick up, the mantra which you pick up for you, it should vibrate in you continuously. See that your whole mind chants that one idea intensely. Same way it's not a story, it's a truth. The Joshi Mat Shankaracharya, in Himalayas there is a mat, Joshi Mat. Shankara established 4 mats. One is in Himalayas, Joshi Mat. That Shankaracharya, he was enlightened person. That time, that Aurangzeb time, Aurangzeb was ruling. That time that Shankaracharya was an enlightened master. Aurangzeb went and surrounded the mutt to kill everybody and destroy the mutt. And he has killed almost everybody. He was about to kill this Shankaracharya. The Shankaracharya told, just give me half an hour. I have never taught this mantra which I am practicing, which I practice for my enlightenment. I will teach this to somebody and I will tell that fellow not to live in the city. He will go away to forest. He will never disturb you. So that I will be peaceful, that I will keep this mantra alive. It should not die with me. Just give me half an hour. I have never taught this mantra to anybody because I don't know that this kind of problem will come. So Aurangzeb said, that is what I wanted. I wanted this to be killed, demolished, destroyed. And he just cut his head. And the blood which came out of his head, that wrote that mantra on the wall, on the stone wall. And the story says, after some time, after the Aurangzeb went away, after everything got settled, the local few devotees who have survived, when they came back, they saw that mantra in the wall. From that, they learned that mantra, started meditating, that tradition was kept alive. Still that place, Joshimath, is maintained. Of course, the blood is not there still, but that place is maintained. They call it, they took Upadesha from that stone. So still that tradition is, anybody takes initiation, they will go and bow down in front of that stone wall, that stone wall. From there only they will pick up their, whatever that traditional Kavik robe or that Rudraksha, they will pick up, remembering that Shankaracharya, who gave his life but wrote the mantra in the wall. Anyhow, Hindus are very passive people. Very passive people. Sometimes too passive. What to do? Even I am like that only. Sometimes when people come and ask me this, some controversial subject, I tell them, oh, it's okay. Let us be peaceful. Let us be silent. Accept everything. All right, what to do? This one line should become mantra in you, should vibrate in you. Should vibrate in you. Don't carry anger. Just because I told, I am not telling you this story to create anger in you. That fellow has died and it's okay, over. Now what to do? Now what to do? Forget about it. I am telling you the moral of the story. I want you to understand is, this one mantra should become your blood. All self-contradicting thoughts or will should disappear in this one will. And Aurangzeb also had a very bad death. This guy, same way he was killing all the masters and the mutts and everything. He came to Aurangabad. If you are from that area, there's a Nagababa temple. There's a Samadhi of Nagababa, enlightened Guru, Avadhuta Baba. He was an enlightened being and he never used to wear clothes. He used to sit naked. His Samadhi, there is a beautiful small temple on his Samadhi. His disciple is also an enlightened person. His disciple was sitting in his Samadhi and meditating. When this Aurangzeb came and he was about to destroy that temple, that Shivalinga. Then this disciple, he just stopped the sword and said, hey, destroy everything, I have no problem. Don't. I am not saying no. Don't touch the Shivalinga. It's an energy center. Don't do this. And the disciple's hand was bleeding. Don't do this. If you want, you kill me. But don't touch the Shivalinga. It's an energy center. My master has left this continuously to help the planet Earth. He wants to make himself available through the Shivalinga to the world. Don't touch this. That fellow did not listen. Oh, that is the importance. Let me destroy that first. He threw his sword on that Shivalinga. At that very moment he had paralytic attack and fell and died. Any of you know the story? The story was covered by historians. This is the original story. Still the whole thing is written in stone in that Aurangabad, Aurangabad Avadhuta Baba's temple. There is a place. I visited that place where that guy died. Anyhow, so whatever he did, he had punishment. You don't have to carry anger about him. I am saying you need to know the story to understand. Let this one mantra vibrate in you. Now design yourself any one mantra like, let me become Jivan Mukta, or let me experience Jivan Mukti, let me become enlightened, let me become fulfilled. Any word is okay. Intensely use that word with deep feeling, with deep prayer, or with creating a strong will. You can do anything. Either you can create a strong will, or you can create a deep prayer, or both. See, if you pray to your own soul, superconscious energy, it's a will. If you create a will towards the God, it's prayer. That's all. If you say, let me become enlightened to yourself, it is prayer. It is a will, sorry, it's a will. If you tell, let me become enlightened towards the God, it's a prayer. You can create prayer or will, or both. Now the next half an hour, we will enter into the process where your Kundalini Shakti will be awakened. The first step is create a strong will. Let me be fulfilled. Let me become enlightened. Let me be awakened. Let me become Jivan Mukta. Any one word you can pick up. Create a strong will. That will should be so strong, even your nerves should feel it. Your nerves, your whole body should feel it. This is the first step. Create a strong prayer. Let your heart melt, eyes pour with this one prayer. With this one prayer, create a strong will. That's the first step. Second step, I'll be awakening your Kundalini Shakti. Just allow whatever is happening inside you with the restful awareness. You will see something strongly flowing through your spine. From the root of the spine to the crown, you'll see something is rising. Whatever is happening, it will happen in a different way for each person. All you need to do is maintain that restful awareness, no sounds. Just allow whatever is happening inside to happen. Please understand. If you create sound or jump around or do too much of noise, you will not allow this experience to settle in you deeply. It will be just superficial. Like when an elephant enters into a pond, too much water will overflow. When the elephant comes out, the pond will be empty. So I don't want you to have that too much overflowing, that superficial experience. No. If an elephant enters into the ocean, how it feels? The ocean will just calm. Just be like that, calm, deep. With that restful awareness, allow this experience to settle in you. First level, create a strong prayer or will that let me become enlightened. Second step, I'll guide you and awaken the Kundalini Shakti. When it is awakened, just allow whatever is happening inside to happen. Anything happening inside, encourage it, just allow it, cooperate with it. Have the restful awareness and allow it to happen. I'll guide you. Please tie the ribbon and sit straight.
And that is followed usually by programmed confusion, where they make it impossible for the victim and the society to make intelligent, conscious decisions about violence against the victim. Then they start targeting the weakness, the vulnerabilities. That becomes the fourth step, where they exploit the weakness. And once they finish this step, they start the justification propaganda. It's a clear, targeted propaganda to drive an ideology in the society to justify the acts of the heinous violence and the crimes that they commit against these victims. And then comes the sixth step, where the mob lynching, a silent assassination takes place, continues with the relentless persecution, where they repeat the same pattern again and again and again until the mass attempts to kill, until the entire community is exterminated and no evidence of crime remains. No one alive to tell the truth. This is how, unfortunately, the 7 steps of persecution has been repeated time and again. Yet, unfortunately, when it is happening even now, still we seem to be blind to this.
And in the exact same flow, what we have been looking at, whether it's in the attack that has been going on, the persecution on the Hindus, which is happening in Bolivia, or if we look at the parallel, the persecution that is going on in Kailasa Rajapalayam or in Kailasa Setu, these are not coincidental. These are well planned, well thought through, systematically perpetrated attacks and persecution. In fact, if you actually look at the timelines of each of these events, they so well match with each other following these exact 7 steps which are there. It's like calling a dog a mad dog and then using that as a justification to kill it. So, first, creating the false narratives and trying to bully the indigenous communities, the indigenous minorities into as criminalizing them and showing them in front of the world, and then using that as a justification to attack them and marginalize even further. So this is exactly what we have been seeing, and this has been historically repeating time and again that we have seen in history. And that is exactly what we are going to be covering today. Yesterday we had exposed the details about how the colonizers are the ones who are driving this narrative, and how the entire narrative in Bolivia, the attack on the Hindus in Bolivia, is so very clearly anti-indigenous. And similarly, even the attacks that is going on in Kailasa Rajapalayam in India, whether it's in Kailasa Rajapalayam or in Kailasa Setur, the number of places that the law is taken and abused by the deep state elements is so very evident, despite the judicial interference and the judicial orders. The local political authorities, the